Hey there, welcome to True Crime Records. Tonight, we step into the dark origin of a group that did not rise from street crime, but from military discipline, a brotherhood trained for order that transformed into something far more terrifying. Los Zetas. They were not born in alleyways. They were forged in boot camps, trained to follow commands, trained to eliminate threats, trained to never hesitate. And then one day, they turned their training against the world itself. They did not chase fame. They did not seek forgiveness. They did not hide behind tradition. They replaced silence with terror, patience with speed, and control with absolute domination. What began as a security force for drug traffickers evolved into one of the most violent criminal organizations the world has ever known. Their power spread not through whispers, but through shock. Entire cities learned their name not from rumors, but from fear. This is not the story of ambition. This is the story of transformation, of how soldiers became executioners, of how discipline became brutality, and how loyalty was rewritten in blood. Before we begin, drop a comment below and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is for you right now. This late-night true crime family stretches across the world, and I'm glad you're here. Now settle in, let the day fade, and follow me into the ruthless, militarized underworld of Los Zetas, the cartel that turned training into terror. This is True Crime Records. And if you're new here, make sure to subscribe. There's a new story waiting for you every night. Chapter 1. The Soldiers. Long before the world learned the name Los Zetas, these men belonged to something else. They were not criminals. They were not traffickers. They were soldiers. Not ordinary soldiers either, but members of elite military units, trained not for patrol, not for crowd control, but for precision combat. Their early lives were governed by structure, by command, by discipline so absolute that hesitation was trained out of the body itself. Before they learned how to disappear into crime, they first learned how to disappear into formation, in the early mornings. Before the heat settled into the earth, they ran. Through dust, through exhaustion, through the quiet pain that no one was allowed to acknowledge. They learned to breathe without sound, to move without leaving trace, to strike not with anger, but with efficiency. In training, emotion was not forbidden. It was irrelevant. Only execution mattered. Inside the Mexican army, elite units were forged for one singular purpose: to eliminate threats the ordinary military could not reach. Jungle terrain, mountain corridors, remote villages, unknown battlefields. These men were trained to be sent where order was weakest, and weak order is where new powers always grow. They learned how to survive without support, how to navigate without maps, how to build trust inside enclosed units where betrayal meant death. This created bonds stronger than ideology, stronger than politics, stronger even than law, because loyalty formed in shared survival is not a concept that it becomes instinct. It first, they believed in what they were doing. They believed in the uniform. In the code. In the idea that chaos could be kept at bay through structure. But over time, another awareness began to settle quietly into their thinking. They saw how power actually moved, not through speeches, not through laws, but through leverage, influence, money, and proximity to those who already controlled the unseen economy beneath the visible state. In rural postings, they saw entire regions ruled not by officials, but by whispers, routes that existed only by permission, communities that survived only through accommodation, and criminals who lived openly, protected not by force, but by agreement. The realization arrived slowly. The state did not fully control the territory they were sent to defend. Elite training sharpened their awareness. They noticed equipment that never arrived, supplies that vanished, command decisions that favored certain corridors over others. They learned that corruption was not disorder. It was another kind of order. One that answered to a different chain of command. Night. When boots were cleaned and rifles stored, some of them began to talk, quietly, not about rebellion, not about crime, but about alternatives, about futures that did not involve dying anonymously in service to systems that did not protect them in return. They did not speak of leaving the military. Not yet. They spoke only of possibility. The first external contacts were subtle, unremarkable. No threats, no violence, just conversation. Offers of assistance, information, money that asked for nothing immediately in return, and in environments of scarcity, Money that asks for nothing feels harmless until it isn't. What began as casual exchange slowly transformed into awareness. These soldiers were valuable, not for their loyalty, but for their skills. Their training was rare, expensive, difficult to replicate, and extremely useful to organizations that moved in the blind zones between law enforcement and the lawless. They were approached not as criminals, but as professionals. Their discipline was respected, their structure was mirrored, their hierarchy was imitated. This made the transition feel less like betrayal and more like transfer of command. The earliest tasks were not violent: security consultation, route evaluation, movement planning, surveillance avoidance. They applied military logic to civilian logistics, and the results were flawless. Shipments moved without interruption. Convoys avoided interception. Safe houses remained invisible. They did not see blood. They saw efficiency. This is how the most dangerous transformations always begin. Not with rage, not with desperation, but with alignment. Point two: systems recognizing compatibility. Within the military structure, warnings were never loud. They were administrative, reassignments, delayed promotions, unspoken suspicions. But there was no single moment where accusation arrived with certainty. And without certainty, discipline protects its own, until absence becomes undeniable. By the time the pattern was noticed clearly, some of the men were already gone. Not deserters in the traditional sense. They did not flee. They transferred, quietly, methodically, with preparation. When they left, they did not abandon their identity as soldiers. They carried it with them. They dressed differently, spoke differently, but their internal structure remained unchanged. They did not become criminals. They became military operators inside a criminal economy. And that difference would change everything. Criminal organizations had always relied on intimidation, on numbers, on unpredictability. These men brought something entirely new: discipline, planning, hierarchy. After action review, operational security. They did not act in bursts of emotion. They acted in sequences of objectives. Their presence shifted the balance immediately. Territories once protected by fear were now protected by strategy. Ambushes became coordinated, movement synchronized, retaliation precise. Rivals could not read them the way they read traditional enforcers, because these men did not think like criminals. They thought like units. For a time, they still imagined they were using criminals, that the old structures were tools, that they remained in control of their direction. This illusion would not last, because systems always swallow individuals, not the other way around. The soldiers had crossed an invisible line, not from law into crime, but from one sovereign structure into another. And unlike the state, this new structure had no constitution, no legal restraint, no borders, only purpose. What they had not yet realized was simple: training can teach you how to move, but it cannot teach you where movement will eventually take you. By the end of this first transformation, something irreversible had already occurred. A group of elite soldiers had learned how to function outside all regulation, outside all visibility, outside all limits. And once men like that exist without borders, they do not return to smaller worlds. This is how Los Zetas were not yet born, but prepared, like a weapon assembled in pieces before anyone decided where to aim it. The first time one of them realized the uniform no longer protected him, it arrived without drama, no arrest, no confrontation, no warning carried through official channels. Only a quiet understanding that returning to the old structure was no longer possible, because the old structure had already let go. At first, separation felt temporary. A pause, a detour, a side mission that would eventually end. But as weeks became months, the distance from the military hardened into something permanent. The rhythm of life changed. There were no inspections anymore, no salutes, no morning formations, no roll calls that reduced identity to a rank and number. Instead, there were meetings, quiet rooms, neutral locations, men who arrived alone and left with nothing written down. This was a different kind of command. It did not issue orders. It shaped incentives for soldiers trained to obey structure. The absence of traditional command created an unexpected freedom. No uniform meant anonymity, no base meant invisibility, no official chain meant decisions could now be judged only by results. And results, for the first time, were rewarded immediately. Money arrived differently than military pay. It was not delayed, not taxed, not documented. It appeared as proof that what they knew how to do had value beyond any flag or institution. For some, it created justification. For others, it created dependence. For a few, it created belief that they had finally stepped into the real center of power. They were not sent to fight yet. They were sent to observe. To study civilian patterns the way they once studied terrain, traffic rhythms, neighborhood habits, shift changes, response times. They built intelligence not for defense, but for control. What separated them from traditional criminals was not brutality. It was patience. They did not rush. They did not act on impulse. They waited until movement became predictable. Then they reshaped it. Their early presence remained invisible to the public. No new symbols appeared. No new reputations circulated yet. They existed as a silent upgrade inside an existing criminal structure. Routes became cleaner. Interceptions became rare. Warnings arrived too late, or not at all. Rivals felt pressure before they understood its source. For the first time, criminal operations began to resemble military deployments. Layers of distance, fallback positions, rotating personnel, operational cells that never fully knew one another. This was the beginning of compartmentalized crime. And it terrified older traffickers because they no longer understood the system they were. Standing inside at night, some of the former soldiers still dreamed in formation. They still heard commands that no one else could hear, still moved through invisible drills inside their own minds. Training does not fade. It only waits. The final step away from the military did not happen with paperwork. It happened when they were first asked to do something that could not be framed as protection. Something that crossed from security into enforcement, not defense, not analysis, but action designed to send a message. For some, this was the moment of hesitation. For others, it was simply another objective. Training does not produce hesitation. It produces execution. And once that line is crossed for the first time, it becomes easier to cross again. Not because morality disappears, but because structure replaces it. A new structure, with new rules, new rewards, new consequences. They were no longer soldiers, but they were not civilians either. They had become something in between. An armed intelligence unit, operating with no badge. No oath. No boundary. Within the criminal world, whispers began to circulate, not of a new cartel, not of a new name, but of a new kind of enemy. One that did not negotiate loudly, did not retaliate wildly, did not announce itself. One that simply appeared, completed objectives, and vanished. The old traffickers began referring to them differently, not as hires, not as mercenaries, but as a force. A force that moved with discipline too refined for street crime. Some of the soldiers understood what was happening. Others told themselves stories, stories about temporary alliances, stories about stepping away after one final objective, stories about control. These stories are common at the beginning of every irreversible transformation. What none of them yet understood was this: they had already passed the point where individual intention mattered. They had become components inside a growing mechanism, and that mechanism was learning how powerful it could become. The last illusion to fade was the belief that they could ever return to the military silently. Records existed. Absences accumulated. Questions emerged inside institutional memory. And institutions, even when slow, never forget forever. When the door fully closed behind them, it closed without sound. No announcement, no confrontation. Just a future that no longer contained any version of the past they came from. By this point, the men who would eventually form Los Zetas had not yet chosen a name. They had not declared independence. They had not turned against anyone openly. But the foundation was complete: training without restraint, discipline without law, loyalty without nation. This is how the soldiers were fully separated from the world that built them. Not through betrayal, not through rebellion, but through utility becoming identity. By the time anyone in authority truly understood what had been lost, a new force had already finished assembling itself in silence. By the time they fully understood what they had become, the transformation was already normalized. Days no longer began with formations. Weeks no longer followed schedules written by command. There were no inspections, no medals, no retirement plans. Only tasks, quiet ones, precise ones, tasks that required memory, not emotion. They moved through cities the way they had once moved through hostile terrain, watching angles, tracking exits, measuring distances not in meters, but in seconds. Civilian life felt unreal to them now. Too slow, too careless, too loud. They had crossed into a world where silence was safety to at first. They still avoided drawing attention to themselves. Clothes were ordinary, vehicles unremarkable, no tattoos, no public identity. They carried themselves like ghosts among people who had no idea what kind of minds were passing beside them. This anonymity felt like power. They had once relied on rank to command respect. Now they relied on invisibility, and invisibility offered something the uniform never had: immunity from recognition. Inside existing trafficking networks, older operatives grew uneasy. They were used to unpredictable gunmen, impulsive leaders, chaos managed through fear. These men brought something far more unsettling: control. They did not shout. They did not threaten loudly. They simply observed and then reshaped the environment until resistance no longer made sense. Supply routes became timed to minutes. Security patterns were reverse engineered. Entire regions shifted in behavior without ever understanding why. The underworld had never seen order applied this way before. Some of the soldiers began to realize the scale of what they were building. This was no longer side-worked and no longer temporary protection. This was the birth of a structure that rivaled the military itself, but without laws, oversight, or limits. Yet even then, few stepped back, because the system now rewarded what the military never truly could: total autonomy, immediate compensation, and the illusion of being untouchable. The deeper they moved, the more distant their old identities became. Former ranks lost meaning. Old loyalties grew quiet. Family contact thinned, not through cruelty, through focus that a soldier trained for. Special operations does not gradually drift away. He detaches. There were moments when doubt arrived. Late at night, in unmanned rooms, in the quiet after objectives were completed, questions surfaced briefly. How far does this go? How long before it turns inward? What happens when there is no longer an enemy outside the system? But these questions were expensive to keep. And efficiency punished hesitation. Why now? The criminal organizations they served no longer saw them as hired security. They were seen as the spine of operations. Without them, routes failed. Without them, rivals advanced. Without them, chaos returned. Dependence formed quietly, and dependence always leads to entitlement. This is where the fatal symmetry emerged. The criminals needed the soldiers to maintain dominance. The soldiers needed the criminal economy to justify their existence outside the state. What began as cooperation hardened into mutual captivity. Neither side could detach without destabilizing the entire machine that it was. During this phase the earliest internal names began to circulate, not public names, not declared identities, operational labels, designations, codes that allowed communication without exposure. These names carried no ideology, only function. This was not a movement. It was a mechanism. Over time, something else changed. Their tasks grew heavier, the objectives more direct, the consequences less abstract. They were no longer preparing the battlefield. They were becoming it. Even then, they still did not call themselves criminals. They did not see themselves as monsters. They saw what they had always seen: targets, threats, objectives. The internal language never changed. Only the context did. The most dangerous moment in the birth of any violent force is not the first mission. It is the moment when violence becomes routine, when the abnormal becomes workflow, when outcome matters more than impact. That moment arrived quietly for them, with no ceremony, with no declaration, with no point of return. Indicator. Only repetition. By the time the world would eventually learn the name Los Zetas, the soldiers were already gone. Not physically, but psychologically. They no longer belonged to any nation. They belonged to a structure built entirely on execution. They had not yet stepped fully into history, but history had already begun shaping itself around their silence. This is how the soldiers were completed. Not as men who abandoned one world, but as men who allowed a new one to assemble around there. Training. Chapter 2. The defection. The moment the soldiers truly crossed into organized crime did not arrive with gunfire. It arrived with permission. Not official permission, Not written permission, but the quiet permission that forms when two power structures recognize each other's usefulness. For the men who would become Los Zetas, defection did not feel like betrayal that IT felt like completion. Their first true patron was not a faceless network that IT was a rival structure with roots older than their own. The Gulf Cartel had controlled corridors for years through corruption, bribery, and traditional intimidation. But its dominance had begun to strain under pressure from rivals and the state. Where money once solved most problems, uncertainty had begun to slow everything down. What they needed now was not louder violence. They needed order under pressure, and the soldiers offered exactly that. The earliest meetings were careful, not in palaces, not in compounds, but in neutral, forgettable places. No displays of wealth, no demonstrations of force. Just men studying one another patiently. The traffickers observed the soldiers' posture. The soldiers measured the traffickers' nervous habits. Each side was evaluating the other's reliability. The offer was not framed as recruitment, that IT was framed as partnership, security services, training guidance, strategic protection. The soldiers would not work for the cartel, they would fortify it. This distinction mattered to them because it preserved their internal identity. They were not becoming criminals. They were becoming specialists. At first, assignments remained limited: route security, convoy protection, safe house inspection, movement planning. They introduced rotational patrols, fallback positions, redundant transport plans. The cartel's world, once driven by instinct, began to move according to procedure. The effect was immediate. Interceptions dropped, ambushes failed, rivals miscalculated timing. For the first time, the corridors felt militarized rather than merely dangerous. The traffickers noticed the difference immediately. So did their enemies. As confidence grew, trust followed. Access widened. The soldiers were shown more: supply chains, distribution schedules, communication layers. What had once been hidden became visible to them, and visibility created dependence. With dependence comes leverage, but leverage did not begin as threat. It began as necessity. Soon, no major movement happened without consultation. The soldiers were no longer hired muscle. They had become critical infrastructure. And infrastructure cannot be removed without collapse. For some of the men, this created a sense of irreversible gravity. They began to see that returning to the military would not simply be difficult, that IT would be meaningless. The scale of operations here surpassed anything they had once been authorized to touch. The resources were greater, the influence wider, the rewards immediate. The state suddenly felt small. Defection, when it becomes total, is not emotional. It is logical. Once you realize where the real leverage lies, you stop asking which side is right and begin asking which side endures. At this stage, very few people outside the inner structures understood what was forming. From the outside, the Gulf Cartel appeared stronger, more efficient, better protected, more organized. No one yet understood that inside this improvement lived a future threat far greater than any rival force. The soldiers, for their part, still saw themselves as temporary. They believed their role was to stabilize the TO, reinforce that TO remained behind the scenes. But power does not accept invisibility for long. Power eventually demands voice. Inside the soldiers' ranks, a new hierarchy began to form naturally, not based on age, not based on origin, but based on who adapted fastest to this new hybrid world. Those who could translate military planning into criminal reality rose quietly. Those who could not drifted to the edges. Something important changed within them during this phase. They no longer thought only in terms of missions. They began thinking in territories, not tactical. Ground, economic ground, drug corridors, port access, urban supply routes. The concept of control expanded beyond security into ownership of movement itself. The Gulf Cartel sensed this shift without fully understanding it. They believed they had hired a shield. They had, unknowingly, invited inside their structure the first pieces of a separate sovereign force. Over time, the language used in meetings changed. At first, it was the traffickers who issued direction. Later, direction became mutual. Eventually, some decisions simply arrived from the soldier side without needing debate. This transition was so gradual that no one could pinpoint the exact moment authority shifted. During this phase, the soldiers were still bound by loyalty to their patron. They enforced discipline, They secured territory. They eliminated unpredictability, but something within their culture resisted permanent subordination. They were trained not to serve indefinitely under external command. They were trained to lead or withdraw, never to linger beneath someone else's authority. The traffickers, accustomed to buying loyalty with money, underestimated this. Money ensures motivation. It does not ensure obedience when identity is still intact. Point one: quiet truth shaped the future long before anyone announced it. The soldiers did not need the cartel to exist, but the cartel would soon need the soldiers to survive. And need always inverts command. Defection becomes irreversible the moment an organization cannot function without you. From that moment on, separation always means explosion. By the end of this chapter in their transformation, the soldiers had not yet declared themselves an independent power. They still wore no name, still carried no banner, still answered to someone else publicly. But inside the structure of power, they were already being whispered about differently. Not as helpers, not as partners, but as a force that could one day become its own axis of control. The defection was complete, not because they changed sides, but because the very idea of sides had begun to dissolve for them. They no longer served the state. They no longer served traffickers. They served a system of execution that only recognized leverage. And once men like that discover how power truly circulates, they never return to smaller definitions of duty. Chapter 3. From bodyguards to executioners. For a long time, the men who would become Los Zetas still told themselves they were only protectors. They were not the ones who moved the product. They were not the ones who negotiated prices. They were not the ones who appeared in public as decision-makers. They were only the shield. That is how the story was framed. That is how they learned to think of themselves. But shields change shape when they are held long enough. At first, their presence inside the Gulf Cartel remained invisible to the public. Protection was subtle. Convoys arrived without disruption. Safe houses remained untouched. Rivals misread movements and paid for the mistake in quiet ways. No spectacles, no public displays. Only outcomes that arrived without explanation. In the criminal world, unexplained success is more unsettling than failure. Traffickers who had once relied on bribes and chance now found themselves guided by schedules they did not create. They were told when to move, where to pause, how long to wait. At first, this felt like help. Later, it felt like direction. And direction is the first shape of command. The soldiers began adjusting more than security. They adjusted behavior. Meetings grew shorter. Voices dropped lower. Decisions moved up the chain without debate. The traffickers did not lose control overnight. They ceded it gradually, believing they were trading a little authority for a great deal of safety. It is the oldest mistake in every criminal alliance. The first moment when protection quietly crossed into enforcement did not resemble violence. It resembled correction. A shipment delayed too long was advised forward. A reckless lieutenant was reassigned. A talkative associate was suddenly absent from meetings. Chaos followed. Only efficiency. Efficiency always feels reasonable. Inside the soldiers' internal culture, identity continued to shift. They no longer spoke only about routes and cover. They spoke about discipline inside the organization itself. Who obeyed, who hesitated, who endangered stability through impulsive decisions. They were no longer only guarding the operation, they were editing it. The traffickers welcomed this at first. They believed they had gained a corrective force, someone to trim excess. Quiet mistakes. Impose calm, where emotions once governed. They did not yet realize that the moment you invite someone to correct your structure, you invite them to redefine ownership of that structure. The first internal operations were framed as necessary housekeeping. Issues of trust, leaks, uncontrolled ambition. The soldiers approached these problems the way they had always approached objectives, cleanly, quietly, without debate. After each correction, operations ran smoother. This reinforced belief that the transformation was beneficial. One yet called it domination. Inside communities along the corridors, something subtle changed. Fear became organized, not louder, not more visible, more predictable. Wrong behavior no longer produced random consequences. It produced structured removal. People learned not to test boundaries because boundaries no longer wavered. This is when control becomes complete, not when everyone is terrified. when everyone understands the rules without hearing them spoken. Within the soldiers themselves, a deeper shift was taking place. They no longer referred to traffickers as their employers. They began referring to them as assets. Assets to be protected, assets to be rotated, assets to be replaced if stability demanded it. Language shapes reality. Once someone becomes an asset, they are no longer a superior. At this stage, the traffickers still believed they commanded. They still believed money shaped loyalty. But the soldiers' loyalty no longer responded to money alone. It responded to order. And order, once internalized, does not need payment to reproduce itself. The first quiet power test came when a decision made by traffickers was reversed without confrontation, no argument, no threat. Just a delay that turned into a different outcome. Supplies arrived at the location chosen by the soldiers, not by the cartel hierarchy. The change was treated as miscommunication, but miscommunication repeated often becomes pattern, and pattern always reveals who truly decides. The transformation did not happen through coups. It happened through operational gravity. Everything began orbiting the soldiers' logistics. Routes aligned to their schedules, security aligned to their assessments, territory realigned around their control zones. Other leaders still held titles, but motion answered to Zeta planning. The traffickers began sensing something was wrong, but could not articulate it. Their orders still went out. Their names still carried weight, but execution no longer followed intent automatically. Execution followed approval, and approval no longer lived only in one place. Meanwhile, the soldiers grew less cautious, not louder, but internally more certain. They no longer prepared as auxiliaries. They prepared as command units. They held internal briefings without trafficker presence. They reviewed cartel operations the way they once reviewed military missions. They were no longer waiting for tasks. They were designing theaters of control. The last illusion to fade was the idea that they were still only bodyguards. Bodyguards react. Executioners define consequence. By the time this realization settled fully across the organization, reaction was no longer enough. The structure had already reshaped itself around their methods. They had not yet declared independence. They still wore no separate name. But inside the living system of power, only one truth remained clear. Protection had become authority. Authority had become command. And command, once established, does not willingly return to silence. The first time the wider criminal world truly noticed the change, it was not because of noise. It was because noise stopped working. Threats that once provoked argument now produced silence. Warnings that once demanded repetition now required no follow-up. People adjusted behavior without being told why. This was the moment protection dissolved into instruction. The men who would be known as Los Zetas had learned something during their military years that most criminal groups never fully understood. Fear is imprecise. Structure is exact. Fear creates panic. Structure creates obedience. They chose structure, and structure made fear unnecessary in many places. Inside the corridors once ruled by improvisation, new rules appeared. Unwritten, unannounced, yet universally understood. You moved only when movement was approved. You spoke only when speaking was required. You acted only within defined behavior. People who adapted survived. People who resisted disappeared from relevance. And no announcements followed. Only absence. The traffickers, who once ruled through personality, began to feel invisible boundaries forming around them. They were still wealthy, still addressed with courtesy, still invited to meetings, but their freedom of action had narrowed. They could suggest, they could request, they could not override. Authority had become procedural. Within the soldiers' internal culture, something hardened. They no longer debated whether they should enforce stability. They debated only how much pressure was required per environment. Urban zones required subtle limits. Rural corridors required visible boundaries. Transit routes required silence. They were not reacting to crime. They were architecting compliance. In places where criminal power had once been loud, it grew quiet. Not because violence vanished, but because the threat of it became unnecessary. Everyone who mattered already understood the consequences, and consequences that never need to be demonstrated are the most absolute kind. The traffickers attempted to preserve influence through older methods, through money, through lineage, through appeals to history. But history did not guide these men. Function did. Performance did. Reliability did. The notion that influence could be inherited felt outdated to a group trained to evaluate only outcomes. At this phase, the first internal fractures appeared inside the cartel hierarchy. Older leaders whispered concerns. Younger lieutenants aligned themselves instinctively with Zeta control. This generational divide widened quietly, not through conflict, through adaptation. Those who aligned early prospered. Those who hesitated were sidelined. The soldiers still did not see themselves as rulers. They saw themselves as filters, filtering out inefficiency, filtering out emotion, filtering out ambition that threatened stability. But every filter also decides what is allowed to pass through it. And soon, the flow of power passed almost exclusively through them. Communities along the trade corridors sensed the difference before officials ever did. The underworld's unpredictability faded. In its place appeared something colder, more consistent, more quiet. People knew what behavior would keep them unnoticed, not safe, unnoticed. And in that world, unnoticed is the closest version of safety that exists. Within the structure of the Gulf Cartel, dependence had fully inverted. What had once been support was now essential. Operations no longer functioned without Zeta planning. Discipline no longer held. Without Zeta enforcement, security no longer existed without Zeta presence. When dependence reaches this depth, it becomes possession. The traffickers began to realize the danger too late. They had not hired muscle. They had cultivated an organizational nervous system that now extended through every artery of their operation. Removing it would mean paralysis, and paralysis inside the criminal world is fatal. The transition into executioners began not with public acts, but with internal cleansing. Order requires uniform behavior. Uniform behavior requires consequence. Defiance could no longer be tolerated as personality. It was reclassified as destabilization, and destabilization was treated as a system malfunction, not a moral issue. Those who crossed the invisible boundary within the structure no longer triggered negotiations. They triggered removal. Quiet, efficient, undebated. No messages were necessary afterward. Everyone already understood the update in operational language. This is how terror truly embeds itself, not through spectacle, through predictability. Inside the soldiers' minds, something irreversible settled. They were no longer a supporting unit. They were the center of gravity. Money flowed toward their priorities. Decisions bent around their assessments. Movement reshaped itself around their risk models. They did not need to claim authority. Authority arranged itself around them automatically. For the first time, some of them considered what independence might feel like, not openly, not collectively, but privately. In the quiet between objectives, they could see it now. A separate system. Point one based entirely on their discipline, their methods, their command structured. No traffickers above them. No borrowed legitimacy. Only direct control. But independence requires more than vision. It requires necessity. And necessity was approaching. The traffickers, now constrained by the very force they had empowered, began making mistakes born from resentment, delayed payments, withheld information, silent resistance. These were small acts. But in a system built on precision, small disruptions create large cascades. The soldiers responded not with anger, with documentation. They observed, recorded, tracked patterns. Disloyalty, when mapped across time, does not look emotional. It looks mathematical. By this point, rivalry was no longer external. It was now interior. Point two power structures occupying the same skeleton. Point one old, point one new. And only one could ultimately define command. The traffickers still believed in hierarchy by name. The soldiers believed in hierarchy by function. Function always wins. What the world would later call the rise of Los Zetas had not yet been declared. But inside the machine, the outcome had already become inevitable. Point two systems cannot share the same command center forever. Point one will absorb the other, and absorption had already begun. The final stage of the transformation did not announce itself with a declaration. It arrived as a shift in language. Men were no longer corrected. They were no longer removed. They were now handled. A word without emotion, without explanation, without the need for memory. This is the moment when execution is no longer an act. It becomes routine vocabulary. The men who would be known as Los Zetas had crossed the last internal threshold. They no longer framed their role as protection. Protection implies preservation. They now framed their role as maintenance. Maintenance does not preserve people. It preserves systems, and systems do not carry guilt. Be why this phase, decision-making had completed its migration. Strategic choices were no longer deferred to traffickers. Routes closed or opened at Zeta discretion. Alliances cooled or intensified based on Zeta risk modeling. Internal leadership disputes were addressed not through negotiation, but through resolution. No prolonged conflict, no public struggle. Only outcomes. Inside the organization, people learned to recognize the signs that a name no longer mentioned, that a chair left empty. Meetings that continued without pause. No one dared ask what had happened, because absence itself had become the answer. This is when real fear replaces imagined fear. Not the fear of chaos, the fear of precision. Chaos is unpredictable. Precision is deliberate, and deliberate power terrifies more deeply than wild violence ever could. The traffickers had fully lost their position as commanders, but illusions survive even when authority is gone. Some still clung to titles. Some still demanded symbolic respect. The soldiers did not challenge those illusions directly. They simply rendered them irrelevant through procedure. Titles without power eventually dissolve into silence on their own. One by one, the remaining independent decision-makers were neutralized, not necessarily through force, through isolation, through exclusion from planning, through redirection of resources. A leader without logistics is a performer without a stage. He can speak, but no one moves. The transformation into executioners finalized when fear stopped being reactive under previous systems. Violence answered disobedience. Now violence existed ahead of disobedience. It functioned as environmental conditioning. People did not cross boundaries because crossing never entered their imagination. In communities along the corridors, the shift was deeply felt. Not with rallies, not with announcements, but with stillness, the sudden disappearance of minor conflicts, the absence of overlapping authorities, the end of small gangs that once tested limits. Everything fell under one rhythm. A rhythm usually only imposed by states. Inside the Zeta structure, operational thought sharpened. They no longer viewed rivals as enemies. They viewed them as variables to be solved. Variables do not provoke emotion. They are arranged until they no longer interfere. This is how violence becomes mathematical. Some of the original traffickers attempted escape. Not physically, strategically, by forming side alliances, by diverting funds, by planning quiet exits. Few succeeded, not because they were hunted, but because every movement inside the machine was now visible through dependency. Escape requires autonomy. Autonomy no longer existed. At this stage, the soldiers no longer felt like they were changing anything. They felt like they were simply executing the logic that had already taken hold. And this is the most dangerous form of power, when no one feels like the author, only the instrument. Execution had become their language. Not celebrated, not acknowledged, but used, like any other operational tool. It no longer required justification, because justification implies debate, and debate implies uncertainty. They had eliminated uncertainty. The last trace of the old bodyguard identity dissolved quietly. They no longer stood behind anyone. There was no one left to stand behind. They no longer protected a hierarchy. They were the hierarchy. This is the moment the executioner ceases to be a role and becomes a function of the system itself. Execution without hatred, execution without rage, execution without hesitation. Some of the men would later claim they never intended this ending. Others would say intentions stopped mattering long before they noticed. Both can be true, because systems once built do not ask permission as they evolve. They simply unfold according to their own momentum. By the time the wider criminal world would begin to whisper the name Los Zetas with something close to dread, the reality was already complete. They had not risen. They had replaced. They had not overthrown. They had substituted. The trafficker-centered world had given way to a military-centered underworld, and this was only the beginning. The executioners were now fully formed, not as monsters, not as villains, but as a self-sustaining structure of command, discipline, and irreversible consequence. Chapter 4. Birth of Los Zetas. Every structure reaches a moment when coexistence becomes impossible, not because of one explosive betrayal, not because of a public war, but because the space between two centers of power grows too narrow to share. For the force that would become Los Zetas, that moment arrived quietly. After months of silent dominance inside the Gulf Cartel, Point 2 command systems now occupied the same body, Point 1 old, Point 1 newly hardened. Only one could survive intact, that on the surface, nothing changed. Routes still moved. Money still flowed. Meetings were still held. But beneath the appearance of stability, fractures widened with every decision. The traffickers still believed in hierarchy by tradition. The soldiers obeyed only hierarchy by function. That difference could no longer be reconciled. The first true sign of separation was not violence, it was delay. Orders issued by trafficking leadership began arriving at their destination already outdated. Resources requested arrived partially or not at all. Permissions, once assumed, now required justification. Delay is power disguised as confusion, and confusion was spreading. Inside the soldiers' internal command circles, the language shifted again. They no longer spoke about our partners. They began speaking about external variables. The traffickers were no longer inside the system. They were adjacent to it, a subtle but irreversible reclassification at the same time. Pressure from rivals outside the structure intensified. The corridors once stabilized by brute intimidation were now being tested by ambitious challengers who sensed hesitation at the top. Every test that followed completed the same pattern. The soldiers responded swiftly. The traffickers hesitated. The outcome reinforced where real command now lived. The traffickers, wounded by their own irrelevance, attempted containment, not through confrontation, through negotiation. More money, more allowances, more symbolic respect. But symbolic respect cannot restore authority once execution has migrated elsewhere. The soldiers, for their part, did not seek to humiliate. They sought to stabilize entirely. And stabilization now required removing the last inconsistencies in command, which meant removing dependency on any authority that did not flow through their structure. This is when the first autonomous Zeta operations quietly unfolded, not as open rebellion as parallel governance, independent security provisioning, independent intelligence gathering, independent territorial arbitration. They were no longer waiting for the cartel to define the mission. They were defining it themselves. Inside regions where this parallel control operated, people felt the difference immediately. Point 2 sets of rules no longer competed. Only one set remained functional, and people always follow the rules that actually work. The traffickers still controlled money, but the soldiers now controlled movement, and movement always determines money, not the other way around. Some within the Gulf Cartel attempted to alert leadership to what was happening, but describing the loss of command is almost impossible while it is occurring, because it does not feel like collapse. It feels like adjustment. By the time collapse is visible, authority is already gone. Within the soldiers themselves, identity began to crystallize. They were no longer a borrowed unit. They were no longer auxiliary control. They were becoming a standalone system. All that remained was declaring what they already embodied. The final emotional tie to their former patrons dissolved when one high-level operational decision was executed without any trafficker awareness. By the time leadership learned what had occurred, the outcome could not be reversed. Routes had changed, alliances had shifted, the structure had moved on. This was the quiet birth moment, not the public naming, not the symbolic rupture, but the exact instant when separation ceased to be hypothetical and became operational reality. Inside the soldiers' command culture, the idea of independence was no longer controversial. It was assumed. The only remaining question was timing. They understood that separation would not be clean, not because of emotion, because of infrastructure. Too much had been shared, too many corridors overlapped, too many dependencies existed. Separation would require controlled destabilization, and they were experts in controlled destabilization. For the traffickers, resistance had become instinctive, not because they believed they could defeat them, but because no power structure ever accepts its own displacement willingly. The tension thickened, decisions slowed, trust evaporated, but still, neither side declared open conflict. Not yet. Because open conflict announces weakness, and both sides believed the other would blink first. The birth of Los Zetas was not an explosion. It was pressure accumulating without release, a tightening system, a closing circle. Point 2 authorities occupying one skeleton, and the skeleton could not carry both. The moment the separation surfaced into awareness, it did not arrive as a declaration that it arrived as echo. Corridors once shared became limits. Partners became questions. Requests became negotiations. And negotiations became delays. These were not accidents. They were signals. Inside the underworld, people began to sense that something new was forming. Not a rebellion, not a mutiny, but a parallel authority that did not seek acknowledgement, that it simply functioned. And function is the most convincing form of legitimacy. Whispers began circulating among transport coordinators. Security felt different now. Not weaker, colder, more exact. Movements that once required improvisation now followed invisible schedules that never missed. It felt as if someone unseen had begun rewriting the rhythm of the corridors, where the Gulf Cartel had always relied on layered loyalty and persuasion. This new force relied on replacement. If an operator could not adapt, another quietly appeared. No confrontation, no vendetta, just substitution. Substitution is how organizations reshape themselves without announcing conflict. It was during this stage that the internal code truly began to separate. The soldiers stopped using cartel language altogether. They returned to unit designations, operational timestamps, objective sequencing. They were no longer dressing military function inside criminal culture. They were now imposing military logic directly onto the criminal world. At the same time, identity quietly shifted. They began to recognize each other not as defected soldiers, but as members of a distinct structure. Before any outsider knew their name, they already knew what they were becoming. The first time the name Los Zetas surfaced internally, it was spoken without ceremony, not as a dramatic proclamation, but as shorthand. A functional label. A call sign that marked separation. In military structure, names do not mythologize, they identify. The choice of the name itself carried no romance. It was not designed for fear. It was designed for recognition inside the machine they had built. Fear would attach to it later. The beginning, it was simply classification. As the name circulated through internal communication, something changed psychologically. They were no longer a unit borrowed from another power. They were now an entity with its own continuity. Continuity is what allows systems to survive beyond individuals. The traffickers sensed the shift without hearing the name. Requests returned unanswered. Security moved without consultation. Decisions that once passed through them now moved around them. Their influence felt thin, not blocked, bypassed. They attempted to reassert authority, not through violence, through ritual, public gestures of status, symbolic displays of leadership. But ritual cannot restore relevance when relevance is operational. The machine no longer required them. In certain territories, loyalty formally realigned for the first time. Local coordinators, once loyal to trafficking leadership, now reported directly into Zeta Command, not through threats, through clarity. They were told, this is where decisions now live, and they adjusted. When rival forces probed these regions, they found resistance unlike what they expected. Not chaotic fire, but systematic containment. Lines of advance closed before movement began. Safe paths disappeared. Information leaked with perfect timing. Rivals withdrew not because they were defeated, but because the terrain no longer responded predictably. Inside the Gulf Cartel, panic did not erupt outwardly. It condensed inward. Leaders stopped trusting their own communication lines. Silence replaced transparency. When transparency vanishes inside a command structure, fear does not spread loudly. It spreads privately. The traffickers began to realize the soldiers had never truly belonged to them. They had only been passing through. And now that passage had closed. During this phase, the first open acts of defiance occurred. Not public executions, not dramatic confrontations, but operational refusals. Certain requests were simply ignored. Certain routes were quietly sealed. Certain personnel were no longer permitted access. It was the soft edge of war. The traffickers understood what this meant. Authority can survive insult. It cannot survive irrelevance. And irrelevance had begun to take hold. The world outside the corridors still saw the Gulf Cartel as powerful, still saw its leadership as dominant. But inside the architecture of real control, weight had shifted. Not through violence, through workflow. The moment Los Zetas became real as an independent force was not when the public learned their name.it, was when they stopped needing permission to act anywhere they operated. Permission had become redundant. Inside the Zeta structure, there was no celebration.no speeches.no sense of victory. The soldiers simply adjusted posture. From auxiliary.to principle. This is how birth occurs in systems like this. Not with beginnings, but with replacement of. Function. The old heart does not stop beating suddenly.it is gradually outpaced until it is no longer required for circulation. The traffickers were now something they had never imagined becoming a secondary authority inside their own empire, and Los Zetas, still mostly unseen, still rarely named aloud, had begun to breathe on their own. Every quiet separation eventually reaches a moment when silence is no longer enough to hold it together. For the force now known as Los Zetas, that moment did not arrive as a dramatic declaration.it arrived as irreversibility at a point beyond which return was no longer mathematically possible. By now, the internal structure of the Gulf Cartel existed in two layers, an external hierarchy that still believed itself to be in command, and an internal engine that no longer waited for instruction. Both moved simultaneously, but only one actually moved the machinery. The final attempts at coexistence unfolded quietly. Meetings that felt ceremonial rather than authoritative. Agreements that were politely acknowledged and privately bypassed. Promises that held meaning only for those who still believed in them. The traffickers were no longer issuing commands. They were negotiating with a force that no longer required negotiation. Inside the Zeta structure, preparation for total independence had already concluded. Fallback routes were secured. Alternate distribution corridors mapped, independent supply chains tested, communication networks isolated. Nothing was rushed. This was not a rebellion.it was a handover of reality. The first undeniable rupture occurred when a major corridor shifted control without resistance. NO battled. NO warning point. One-day movement simply stopped responding to Gulf directives and began responding to Zeta coordination. Operators along the route adjusted without protest. Because by this point, loyalty had already migrated. From the outside, this resembled confusion. From the inside, it felt like alignment finally completing itself. The traffickers attempted retaliation through influence rather than force. They reached out to older allies, to rival groups, to corrupt officials who once returned their calls. Some responded. Others hesitated. Many did nothing at all. Not because they sympathized with the Zetas, but because the Zetas now controlled the surface through which favors traveled. Influence still existed, but access to it had changed hands. The next shift was territorial. Zones that once acknowledged Gulf authority quietly began enforcing Zeta rules. NO banners were raised, NO announcements posted. But behavior changed, which is always the truest indicator of sovereignty. The traffickers still had weapons, still had manpower, still had money, but they no longer had cohesion. And cohesion cannot be purchased once it is absorbed elsewhere. Inside the Zeta structure, internal transformation reached its final shape. They were no longer temporary administrators. They were no longer transitional authority. They had become a self-contained empire of execution, logistics, and movement. No external system governed their escalation. Only internal calculation. The rupture became fully irreversible when a final attempt at containment collapsed. An operation planned without Zeta consultation failed. Not because of sabotage, because it no longer matched the environment. The corridor had already adapted to Zeta parameters. Operating outside those parameters meant visibility, and visibility meant interruption. This failure carried symbolic weight. It demonstrated publicly what had already occurred internally. The old command could still speak, but its language no longer matched the mechanics of power. The traffickers understood then that Los Zetas had not broken away. They had inherited the skeleton, not the name, not the history, but the functional body of control, routes, security, intelligence, movement. There was no longer a question of partnership, only a question of collision. And collision is what follows when two authorities attempt to occupy the same geography with incompatible command structures. The first open conflicts were small, localized, controlled, not full-scale war, testing engagements, probing pressure points, assessing reaction speed. The Zetas responded not with show of force, but with containment of momentum. They did not need to outgun. They only needed to outmaneuver. Each test ended the same way. The traffickers lost access to another layer of infrastructure, another communication path, another corridor of movement. Loss did not come through defeat. It came through disconnection. At this point, the birth of Los Zetas was complete in every meaningful sense. They possessed independent command, independent enforcement, independent territory, independent logistics, independent identity. Only the outside world remained behind in recognition. The traffickers were now faced with an impossible reality. They had created the force that replaced them. Not by mistake, by necessity. But necessity never cares who it displaces on its way forward. From this point on, the relationship ceased to be internal. It became external. Point 2 entities, point 2 commands, point 2 futures, point 1 shadowed past. The name Los Zetas would soon begin traveling across regions like a new kind of warning. Not as rumored, as pattern recognition. Wherever coordination hardened, wherever fear became silent, wherever routes moved without visible hierarchies, people would begin to understand what system had arrived before its name did. This is how the birth did not sound like celebration. It sounded like absence of contest. One needed to announce the arrival of a new force, because the world had already begun adjusting its behavior around it. The soldiers who once crossed into organized crime had now crossed into something else entirely. A sovereign criminal structure, detached from state, detached from traffickers, attached only to its own continuity. Los Zetas were no longer emerging. They had emerged, and the underworld would never function the same way again. Chapter 5. The Era of Terror. There is always a moment when a new power decides how it wishes to be known. For Los Zetas, that moment was not wrapped in words. It arrived as a shift in atmosphere. What had once been controlled through silence alone began to acquire an edge that people could no longer ignore. Not louder at first, not reckless, but unmistakably colder. The age of quiet command was giving way to something heavier. In the beginning, fear was still subtle, not announced, not performed. It lived in routine changes. A road no longer used, a business that closed without explanation. A leader who stopped appearing in public. These were not spectacles, they were adjustments. And adjustment is how terror first settles into daily life without being named. Los Zetas did not arrive screaming into power. They arrived reorganizing it. They did not seek to inspire panic. They sought to make resistance irrational. And resistance becomes irrational only when the price of even thinking about it feels unbearable. At this phase, the organization still preferred minimal visibility. Rules were enforced quietly. Boundaries were drawn invisibly. People learned without being told. But as territory expanded, friction increased. New environments resist new order at first, and friction always demands response. The old methods of stability had relied on cooperation, on shared profit, on negotiated coexistence. The new methods relied on certainty of consequence. Where cooperation failed, certainty replaced it. Where persuasion slowed, inevitability took over. The earliest public signs of terror were not mass displays. They were isolated demonstrations, carefully chosen, strategically placed, focused not on scale, but on clarity. The message was never meant for everyone. It was meant for the right people. And the right people always understand first. Word traveled faster than any announcement ever could, not through headlines, through pattern, through repetition, through the shared understanding that something different now governed the shadow economy. The corridors had changed personality. The rules felt sharper. The air felt heavier. Older criminal structures struggled to adapt. They were built on negotiation. They survived on compromise. But compromise requires shared vulnerability. Los Zetas did not present vulnerability as a usable currency. They presented finality. Inside controlled zones, behavior standardized rapidly. There were fewer disputes, fewer spontaneous conflicts, less visible chaos. This fooled some observers into believing order had returned, but it was a very different order, not negotiated, imposed. Communities along the routes felt it first in daily rhythm. Conversations grew quieter, gatherings ended earlier. Movement followed invisible agreements. People were not reacting to visible violence. They were reacting to the certainty that violence no longer argued. Inside the Zeta structure, there was no celebration of fear. Fear was not the goal. Fear was the byproduct of compliance working efficiently. They did not measure success by how terrified people felt. They measured it by how rarely they had to intervene. The less intervention needed, the stronger the system had become. But expansion changes the nature of any force. As Los Zetas moved into new areas, they collided with regions that did not yet recognize their rules. And recognition sometimes requires demonstration, not to satisfy emotion, but to establish certainty quickly. These early demonstrations were controlled, limited, symbolic. The intent was not to destabilize communities, but to reset expectations. Afterward, silence always returned, and silence following demonstration is what carved their reputation deeper than noise ever could. The traffickers who once believed violence was chaotic began to understand that violence could also be algorithmic, used sparingly, placed precisely, designed to echo long after the event itself faded. Inside rival organizations, calculations changed. They no longer asked, "Can we challenge this force?" They began to ask, "Is any gain large enough to justify the certainty of retaliation?" And when the answer becomes no, power is no longer contested. It is accepted. Officials in surrounding regions sensed something shifting but struggled to name it. Crime statistics did not always spike immediately. In some areas, they even declined. What changed was who made the decisions when crime did occur. Predictability vanished. Replaceability vanished. Only consequence remained. Within the structure of Los Zetas, hierarchy hardened during this phase. Command lines shortened. Decision cycles accelerated. Execution authority centralized. They were no longer building power. They were defending inevitability. The era of terror did not begin with screams. It began with the disappearance of alternatives. By the time the term fear was spoken openly by those who moved along the corridors, it had already done its work. Not a spectacle.as environment. People no longer whispered the name Los Zetas to understand what it represented. They whispered it to remind each other that the rules had changed. And once rules changed through terror rather than agreement, they rarely ever returned through persuasion. There is a moment when fear stops being a reaction and begins functioning as policy. For Los Zetas, that transition arrived when enforcement no longer needed explanation, when outcomes no longer required interpretation, when consequence itself became the instruction manual for daily life. Terror was no longer a message. It had become administration. Entire regions began operating under rules no one had voted on, signed, or announced. You did not ask before acting. You anticipated. You did not negotiate. You complied. Not because someone stood above you with a weapon, but because the memory of what happened to the last person who tested the boundary remained perfectly intact. Fear does not need to repeat itself when memory does its work. Unlike older criminal systems that relied on visible dominance, Los Zetas governed through predictable consequence. Predictability is what transformed terror into structure. People did not fear random violence. They feared certain response. Certain response is what reshapes behavior quietly across entire populations. Local power brokers vanished almost overnight, not physically at first. Administratively, they stopped making decisions, stopped collecting, stopped resolving disputes, because dispute resolution now arrived from a source that did not recognize them. And when you are no longer necessary, removal eventually follows. Markets adapted, supply chains adjusted, transport times changed. Even legitimate businesses learned subtle accommodations. Routes were shifted, operating hours adjusted. Silence learned a timetable. The ecosystem of daily life bent itself around unseen lines of authority. Inside neighborhoods, conversations changed tone. People began warning each other without specifying danger. Do not stand there long. Do not ask that question. Do not stay out late tonight. These warnings did not contain detail. They did not need to. Everyone knew what they meant. The most unsettling feature of this new order was not the fear itself. It was the absence of visible leadership. There was no public ruler, an unnamed governor of the underworld. Only outcomes that arrived on time. This made the terror feel omnipresent, not attached to a person, attached to the environment. Inside the Zeta structure, governance became systematic. Zones were divided, supervised, reviewed, not emotionally, not politically, operationally. They did not evaluate communities based on loyalty. They evaluated them based on stability output. Did movement remain predictable? Did revenue remain uninterrupted? Did interference remain minimal? If yes, the zone was considered healthy. If not, adjustment followed. Adjustment was not impulsive. It unfolded in stages: observation, containment, correction, replacement, if necessary. Every stage had threshold criteria. Uncertainty was engineered out of the process. This is how terror became invisible. It did not operate through bursts. It operated through maintenance cycles. People were not afraid every moment. They were simply never allowed to forget that deviation had measurable cost. In contrast, rival groups still relied on traditional intimidation, public warnings, symbolic challenges, displays of bravado. But bravado collapses in environments governed by certainty. When everyone already knows the outcome, demonstration becomes wasteful. This difference in governance philosophy separated Los Zetas from every cartel that came before them. Older empires ruled through fear of them. Los Zetas ruled through fear of what would inevitably happen if the rules were tested. The difference is subtle and absolute. Communities once governed through corruption found corruption no longer protected them. Bribes did not delay consequence anymore. Personal relationships did not override procedure. This created confusion at first, then despair, then adaptation. Adaptation always follows when no escape remains. Local law enforcement adapted as well. Some withdrew, some aligned quietly to survive, some attempted resistance and found themselves operating in an environment that no longer obeyed any of the old unofficial rules. The old methods of influence had been neutralized. What replaced them did not negotiate with status. It negotiated only with outcome. Inside the Zeta ranks, this period completed the transformation from soldiers into administrators of fear. They were no longer combatants. They were no longer rebels. They were now managers of consequence. Their daily concerns were not ideology. They were metrics: flow, stability, disruption. Once fear became governance, expansion accelerated. Not through conquest, through absorption. Neighboring territories adjusted simply by observing what was now required to remain. Unbroken. No declarations followed. Only compliance. Those who attempted to resist without preparation did not inspire uprisings. They inspired quiet retreat, because by now, everyone understood the pattern. Resistance did not create legend. It created absence. The terror no longer needed a story. It needed memory. And memory spread efficiently at this stage. Even internal dissent inside the organization became rare, not because disagreement vanished, but because disagreement no longer found channels through which it could travel. Hierarchy had hardened. Flow controlled voice. Voice no longer shaped direction. Direction dictated silence. This is the phase where terror no longer felt like brutality. It felt like weather. Inescapable. Unpredictable in detail. Predictable in effect. For the outside world, this was often misread. Analysts spoke of chaos, of criminal instability, of rising disorder. But within Zeta-controlled zones, the opposite was true. Chaos had been replaced by rigid consistency. The cost of that consistency was unbearable, but the system itself functioned smoothly. And functioning systems rarely announce the suffering they depend upon. By the time regional power structures fully understood that Los Zetas were no longer a cartel among cartels, but a governing force of shadow territory, it was already too late to challenge their foundation directly. Foundations collapse slowly. And only after everything built upon them begins to shift. Terror was no longer something they used. It was something they administered. For a time, terror functioned as order. It regulated movement. It stabilized corridors. It reduced uncertainty through certainty of consequence. But every system built on fear eventually discovers the same flaw. Fear does not stay contained inside the frame that created it. It spreads. And once it spreads, it no longer obeys design. What began as calculated governance inside the structure of Los Zetas slowly began to leak beyond its intended boundaries. The mechanisms had been engineered for control, but the emotional residue they created could not be confined to operational zones. It drifted into places where rules were not clearly defined, into regions where hierarchy was fragile, into communities where rumor moved faster than reality. And rumor, when saturated with fear, becomes a force of its own. At first, this diffusion felt like expansion. New areas adjusted without resistance. New territories aligned without confrontation. New revenue streams opened without negotiation. From the inside, it seemed the system was working even better than expected. But the indicators had begun to change. Stability was no longer increasing, that IT was spiking and crashing. When terror functions as governance, its success depends on predictability. Once fear becomes ambient rather than specific, predictability dissolves. People can no longer distinguish between boundary and randomness. Every sound feels like a warning. Every absence feels like a signal. Every delay feels dangerous. This is when governance collapses into atmosphere. Inside Zeta-controlled regions, this shift created a new tension. The very fear that had once stabilized behavior now began to destabilize trust. Cooperation thinned. Communication narrowed. Even minor actions were interpreted as threats. People who had once quietly complied began to fear compliance itself might be misread at the structural level. This produced unintended side effects. Revenue became erratic. Movement slowed. Silence became too deep. When everyone stops speaking, information disappears. And when information disappears, command loses clarity. Inside the organization, leaders began to sense the problem not as moral cost, but as operational distortion. The system no longer responded only to their inputs, that IT had begun responding to its own emotional aftershock. Fear had become autonomous. This autonomy produced new forms of behavior. Local actors began imposing their own interpretations of Zeta authority without authorization. Small operators adopted the language of terror to protect their personal interests. Disputes multiplied under the false banner of enforcement, and enforcement diluted into imitation. Imitation is how reputation escapes its creator. Once a name becomes synonymous with consequence, others will borrow that association, not to serve the system, but to exploit it. And exploitation fractures legitimacy from within at the community level. The contagion of terror reshaped daily life in ways no command structure could fully manage. People no longer reacted only to confirmed events. They reacted to anticipation. Markets closed preemptively. Families relocated suddenly. Entire zones emptied without instruction. Movement began responding to perception rather than order. This is how governance built on fear becomes volatile. Rival groups observed this volatility and adjusted accordingly. They no longer challenged the Zetas directly. They worked around the emotional fog terror created. They moved into vacuums left by sudden population shifts. They exploited hesitation created by uncertainty. They learned that fear no longer needed to be confronted, that IT only needed to be redirected. Inside law enforcement, interpretation grew equally confused. Official metrics did not reflect the emotional reality on the ground. Some regions appeared stable on paper, yet communities inside them lived as if conflict were constant. Others appeared chaotic statistically, but functioned quietly beneath the surface. The map no longer matched the mood. For Los Zetas, the era of terror had reached a crossroads. What began as a disciplined tool had become a diffuse environment. Control relies on distinction. You must know when fear is applied, where it is applied, and why. When fear becomes atmosphere, those distinctions dissolve. The most dangerous moment for any terror-based system is when terror no longer answers command, when it flows without being directed. That is the moment when the architect becomes hostage to the structure. Inside the Zeta command layers, decision makers began introducing new limits, not out of mercy, out of necessity. They sought to re-centralize fear, pull it back from atmosphere into procedure. But atmosphere resists recollection. Once emotion saturates a population, it cannot be fully reversed. This friction between the desire to preserve control and the reality of diffused terror marked the beginning of a subtle internal shift. Some leaders pushed for continued hardening. Others pushed for recalibration, but systems that rise on escalation struggle to downgrade without appearing weak at the same time. Younger operators interpreted the emotional chaos as opportunity. They did not remember governance through silence. They had grown up inside escalation. Them. Intensification felt normal, even desirable, and generational differences in the meaning of fear began to crack internal cohesion. The era of terror had now fully matured. IT was no longer simply a strategy. IT was a condition that shaped behavior even in the absence of command. even in the absence of enforcement, even in the absence of direct presence. This is the paradox of terror as power. At first, it centralizes authority. Later, it decentralizes volatility. It concentrates obedience, then releases unpredictability. By the end of this phase, Los Zetas no longer merely ruled territory. They ruled expectation. People expected danger everywhere, expected consequence without clarity, expected disruption without cause. And expectation is the most difficult form of control to manage, because it does not require direct action to operate. The era of terror had achieved its ultimate transformation. It no longer needed continual reinforcement. It lived in memory, in anticipation, in imagination. And imagination is the one territory no organization can ever fully govern. This is where the foundations of future fracture quietly took root. Not through rebellion, not through betrayal, but through the emotional saturation of the very populations meant to be controlled. Terror, once designed as instrument, had completed its evolution into environment, and environments do not answer to any single authority. Chapter 6. Cartel versus Cartel. For a long time, the rise of Los Zetas felt less like expansion and more like inevitability. Territories adjusted, routes realigned, communities complied. Fear had reorganized the map without needing open battle, but inevitability only exists in spaces where no one dares to resist, and eventually, resistance always finds its nerve. The first rivals to truly refuse disappearance were not distant enemies. They were the ones who remembered what the world had been like before the Zetas rewrote its rules. The Gulf Cartel, once the parent structure that had unknowingly incubated the Zetas, had not vanished. It had been wounded, compressed, offset, but not erased. For a long time after separation, the Gulf Cartel existed in a half-shadow, still wealthy, still armed, still remembered, but no longer obeyed without question. Their authority lived mostly in memory, and memory alone cannot defend territory. Internally, Gulf leadership struggled with a truth that grew heavier by the month. They were now facing an enemy that understood them completely, their routes, their habits, their weaknesses, their logic. You cannot hide from a mirror that has already studied your reflection. For a quiet period, both sides avoided full confrontation. The Gulf Cartel probed carefully. Los Zetas responded minimally, not because the Zetas feared the conflict, but because open war disrupts governance, and governance was still producing returns. But containment only works while both sides tolerate it. The early clashes were subtle. A convoy delayed, a liaison intercepted, a distribution node quietly seized. Each incident appeared isolated, but isolation is how wars begin before they are named. Inside the Gulf Cartel, frustration fermented into desperation. They no longer ruled the rhythm of trade, they reacted to it. Reaction is the posture of those who have already lost initiative. And initiative is the true currency of conflict. The emotional tone between the two structures changed quietly. Conversations shortened, signals hardened. Channels once open began refusing transmission. Silence became weaponized. Both sides understood the truth no one yet spoke out loud. Coexistence had failed. Only collision remained. When the first undeniable open engagement finally happened, it did not look like war. There were no declarations, no banners, no public challenge issued. There was only a sudden overlap of movement, where two command systems attempted to operate on the same ground at the same time. The ground chose its master. Immediately, that engagement lasted minutes. Its effect lasted years, not because it was large, but because it ended decisively. Movement did not resume under Gulf coordination afterward. It resumed under Zeta sequence. From that moment on, neutrality vanished. Territories were now compelled to choose alignment, not through emotion, through logistics. Who could move safely? Who could move predictably? Who could guarantee continuity? Alignment followed function. The Gulf Cartel attempted revival through coalition. They reached outward instead of inward, toward other rivals, toward former enemies, toward any structure that also feared the Zetas' method of power. This marked a fundamental psychological shift. Fear of annihilation overrode traditional rivalry. Los Zetas observed this differently. Coalition meant expansion of variables, more actors, more volatility, more environments in which fear could misfire. To them, Coalition was not a threat. It was signal that open conflict had matured into containment. Failure. They began preparing not for duel, but for multi-directional disruption. Their command language shifted again, that no longer focused on single rivals, now focused on regions of destabilization. Collapse was no longer something to be avoided. It was something to be directed. Inside communities, this change was felt immediately. Tension returned to the surface, not as controlled stillness, but as anticipation. People sensed that predictable order was thinning, not gone yet, but loosening at the edges. The war between cartels did not initially feel like battle. It felt like friction. Routes that once felt solid now felt uncertain. Time windows narrowed. Everyone added another layer of caution. The Gulf Cartel, desperate to reclaim initiative, made its first major strategic miscalculation. They attempted to provoke the Zetas into reacting emotionally to a public slight, a symbolic capture, an act designed to force spectacle. They believed that if they could lure the Zetas into visible rage, the myth of calculated terror would fracture. The response did not arrive the way they expected. There was no immediate retaliation, no noisy counterstrike. Only silence. And silence that follows provocation does not mean restraint. It means calculation. From the inside of the Zeta structure, the logic was simple: not answer spectacle with spectacle, answer it with suffocation. Supply channels linked to the provocation began failing quietly. Contacts stopped responding, movement stalled, access thinned. The Gulf Cartel did not lose power because of one violent clash. They lost it because their circulatory system began shutting down. This was the Zeta method of war. Not overwhelming fire, overwhelming non-function. You do not defeat an enemy by confronting their strength. You defeat them by neutralizing the conditions that allow their strength to operate. As suffocation progressed, smaller Gulf-aligned groups defected preemptively, not to join Los Zetas, but to escape annihilation. Defections accelerated the collapse psychologically. Fear migrated again, this time inside the rival structure itself. Open war was still not fully visible to the public, but entire territories had already entered irreversible realignment. What the public would eventually call cartel war had already begun as a restructuring of survival logic. This was no longer about dominance. It was about who would define how power itself operated going forward. One side ruled through lineage, the other through design. Only one model could survive the pressure of modern conflict. For a brief time, suffocation worked. The circulation of rivals slowed. Their coordination fractured, their confidence thinned. But suffocation is a strategy that only succeeds when an enemy still believes escape is possible. When escape disappears, desperation replaces calculation, and desperation does not respect containment. Inside the remnants of the Gulf Cartel, the final illusion of stabilization collapsed. The mid-level operators stopped waiting for direction. Local commanders began acting without coordination. Old alliances were invoked without permission. What once had been a hierarchy dissolved into overlapping improvisation. Improvisation is the last refuge of collapsing structures. Los Zetas observed this shift immediately. They did not see chaos. They saw signal. Signal that containment had reached its limit. Signal that the rival system was no longer structured enough to be suffocated quietly. Signal that conflict would now change character. The first wide-scale breakdown did not arrive through a single clash. It arrived through simultaneity. Multiple rival movements, uncoordinated with each other, suddenly surged into contested zones at the same time. Each actor believed they were acting alone. The result was convergence. Convergence shatters containment. Containment relies on predicting isolated movement. Convergence produces collisions, and collisions force visibility. For the first time since the separation, Los Zetas were compelled to respond in layers, not with isolated control, with simultaneous presence. They did not escalate loudly. They escalated broadly. The field changed in a single night. Corridors that had felt frozen became active all at once. Communications flared. Movements overlapped. Coordination windows narrowed to seconds. The old quiet order had fractured. In this environment, the psychological balance shifted. Communities that had adapted to the stillness of imposed order were suddenly caught inside motion. Motion that no longer followed predictable Rhythms. The old dread of static control was replaced by a new dread of uncertain momentum. Inside the Zeta command structure, a transition unfolded. They no longer focused on preservation. They now focused on dominance through repression of volatility. Volatility cannot be eliminated. It can only be absorbed by a stronger structure. The decision was made not to protect stability within isolated zones, but to project control outward through active engagement. This marked the true beginning of open cartel warfare, not as spectacled as necessity. The response was not an explosion. It was a grid. Movements were intercepted across multiple regions simultaneously, not to destroy. To interrupt. Interruption is how large systems are instructed to stall. Rival groups began colliding not just with Zeta resistance, but with each other. When coordination dissolves, misidentification increases, misdirected aggression becomes common, and chaos begins feeding itself. Observers outside the conflict struggled to interpret what was happening. Incidents appeared disconnected. Reports conflicted. One area would erupt while another fell silent. The pattern did not resemble traditional war. It resembled systemic turbulence. Inside the Zeta worldview, turbulence was not disordered. It was terrain. They did not seek to eliminate turbulence. They learned how to move inside it faster than rivals could adapt. The Gulf Cartel's remaining leadership attempted to reassert high-level coordination, but coordination relies on trust. Trust had already dissolved. Each local commander feared that centralized planning would expose them. Fear centralized power once. Now it localized survival. Local survival logic replaced strategic logic. Routes were seized opportunistically. Alliances were made for hours instead of years. Decisions were made with next-day consequences rather than long-range vision. This environment favored those who had trained to manage fragmented battle spaces. It favored Los Zetas, the old trafficker model of conflict collapsed under this new tempo. It was too slow, too deliberative, too dependent on hierarchy. The Zeta model was faster, flatter, less sentimental, and therefore far harder to neutralize. In communities caught between forces, the sensation shifted again, not from stillness to fear, but from fear to fatigue. Fatigue of uncertainty, fatigue of constant recalculation, fatigue of never knowing which invisible authority governed the next hour. Fatigue does not produce rebellion. It produces withdrawal. People stopped reporting, stopped participating, stopped predicting. They waited instead, and waiting became the dominant behavior across entire regions. Law enforcement experienced its own version of containment failure. Traditional metrics ceased offering clarity. Arrest did not resolve patterns. Intervention did not stabilize movement. Each disruption simply redirected volatility elsewhere. For Los Zetas, this multi-front environment demanded internal recalibration. Some leaders pushed for wider suppression through force. Others pushed for reconsolidation into fewer zones. The internal tension remained contained, but it marked the first time since their rise that unity required deliberate maintenance. Even within the structure of command, pressure was beginning to shape intention. The cost of constant engagement grew heavier. Precision became harder to maintain, and fear, once used as a clean instrument, had become noisy through diffusion. Yet retreat was not an option. Retreat would confirm vulnerability, and vulnerability would ignite every suppressed rival simultaneously. The only path forward was through controlled deepening of conflict. This is the paradox of cartel warfare. Containment produces pressure. Pressure produces rupture. Rupture produces conflict. Conflict then becomes the only means of restoring containment. The war had now fully emerged from shadow, not as a series of isolated clashes, but as an environmental condition shaping entire regions at once. The Zetas had not chosen this battlefield. It had formed beneath their structure as an inevitable reaction to suffocation. And once the battlefield exists, it demands engagement. By the end of this phase, every actor involved understood the same truth. This was no longer a struggle for dominance inside one shared system. This was now a competition between incompatible models of power. Only one could define the future. There is a moment when conflict stops being an event and becomes a condition. For Los Zetas, that moment arrived when confrontation no longer needed to be triggered. It simply existed, like weather. After containment failed and turbulence spread across the corridors, The illusion that order could be reassembled through minimal intervention collapsed completely. Movement now required calculation at every step. Every corridor became provisional, every alliance temporary. The battlefield had expanded beyond geography into decision-making itself. The Gulf Cartel, already weakened by internal fragmentation, now faced a form of warfare it was never built to survive. Not territorial war, systemic war. The Zetas were not trying to defeat their rivals in a single strike. They were dissolving the rival's ability to behave as a rival at all. Communication erosion became the dominant weapon. Messages arrived late or not at all. Orders conflicted with reality. Movement windows closed before instructions could be executed. That a hierarchy that cannot communicate becomes symbolic, and symbolism does not move supplied. AS reliability disappeared. Loyalty followed. Operators stopped risking themselves for leaders whose instructions no longer guaranteed survival. Protection shifted from organizational identity to local immediacy. Whoever could provide safety in the next hour earned allegiance for the next hour. This created constant realignment, a fluid war of position without front lines. Los Zetas adapted to this environment with disturbing ease. They did not attempt to freeze it. They did not attempt to simplify it. They inhabited the instability as their natural terrain. Their internal structure had been built for fragmentation. Their command logic expected decentralization. What exhausted others sharpened them. The nature of violence shifted again. IT was no longer administered primarily as governance. IT was now administered as interruption. Interrupt a route. Interrupt a meeting. Interrupt the supply chain just long enough for uncertainty to multiply. Permanent destruction was not always necessary. Temporary disruption replicated endlessly proved more destabilizing. Rival groups found themselves attacking shadows. By the time a target was confirmed, movement had already shifted, authority had already relocated, control had already been redistributed elsewhere. This created the sensation of chasing a system that had no fixed center. Inside contested communities, the psychology of survival changed. People no longer asked, "Who is in control?" They asked, "Who was in control 5 minutes ago, and which control is arriving next?" This uncertainty generated a continuous state of alert with no resolution. The war no longer produced clear victories. IT produced fatigue without conclusion. Fatigue at every level. Among operators, among communities, among institutions attempting to respond. Fatigue is how prolonged conflict dismantles environments without needing decisive battles. For Los Zetas, dominance no longer meant holding territory. IT meant ensuring that no rival territory ever felt stable. That if stability returned anywhere under rival control, it would signal potential recovery. Stability became the true enemy. Inside the remains of the Gulf structure, leadership attempted final consolidation. Fragments were called back. Allies summoned. Plans drafted. But coordination requires shared confidence in outcome. And confidence had already been shattered. Every plan now felt like a gamble instead of a strategy. The few remaining Gulf commanders who still believed in restoration soon discovered a deeper truth. You cannot restore a structure once the logic that sustained it has been replaced. The Zeta logic had already overwritten the operational rules of the shadow economy. Even rivals were now forced to imitate its speed, its fragmentation, its unpredictability. In doing so, they weakened their own original identity. This is how a system wins without formally conquering. Its enemies begin copying it, and in copying it, they abandon what once made them coherent. The cartel war had now completed its transformation. IT was no longer about which banner controlled more land. IT was about which model of criminal organization could survive sustained volatility. The answer was emerging slowly and violently. Inside the Zeta structure, internal costs were mounting as well. Constant mobility strained discipline. Decentralized engagement tested unity. Local commanders grew powerful in their own micro-territories. The same fragmentation that weakened rivals began to apply pressure inward. But for now, cohesion held. For now, what the outside world would later describe as a spike in violence was, from the inside, a long process of environmental restructuring. Zones learned new rhythms. Populations learned new caution. And the underworld learned that it would no longer be governed by singular hierarchies. By the time observers began speaking of a new era of cartel warfare, The reality had already been normalized beneath. Their language, cartel versus cartel, no longer meant rival families clashing. That it meant competing systems of movement attempting to overwrite each other simultaneously. The old world of criminal duels had ended. The new world of permanent multi-directional conflict had begun. In this world, no territory felt fully possessed, and no corridor felt permanently secured. Every gain was provisional, every loss reversible, but only for those who could move faster than history. And Los Zetas, forged inside fragmentation, moved faster than most. The war had now become the climate itself, not something that interrupted life, but something that defined the conditions under which life could continue at all. Chapter 7. Control through fear. By the time open cartel warfare hardened into a constant condition, Los Zetas had already discovered something more enduring than dominance through conflict. They had discovered governance through behavior, not control through constant confrontation, not authority through endless escalation, but control through learned obedience. Cities under their influence did not feel conquered. They felt conditioned. People still went to work. Markets still opened. Buses still ran. Daily life did not collapse. It adjusted, and adjustment is how true power embeds itself without needing to announce it exists. Los Zetas did not seek to destroy routine. They sought to inhabit it. They learned quickly that when fear governs only at the surface, resistance remains possible. But when fear governs routine itself, resistance becomes impractical. The first rule of their system was consistency, not random terror, not emotional reaction. Reliability of consequence. When consequence is reliable, people do not gamble. They self-regulate. They anticipate. They pre-comply. Businesses learned which days were safe to operate openly and which were not. Transport operators learned which roads were acceptable without being told. Neighborhood leaders learned what questions could be asked and which could not. In one distributed rulebooks, the city itself became the classroom. This is how fear transformed into education, not through instruction, through repetition, through observation, through watching what happened to those who misread. The environment. Once behavior standardized, enforcement grew lighter, not because authority weakened, but because authority no longer needed to work as hard. People adapted faster than orders could ever be issued. In older criminal systems, authority depended on reputation. Under Los Zetas, authority depended on pattern. Patterns do not lie. Patterns do not exaggerate. Patterns teach faster than words. Neighborhoods adjusted spatially. Certain corners emptied permanently. Certain gathering places lost their role as social centers. Others became neutral zones of quiet activity. People navigated these invisible maps instinctively, the way pedestrians navigate traffic without thinking about physics. Children absorbed the rules before they ever understood the reasons. Parents taught caution without explanation. Teachers measured words the way they once measured grades. Silence became a form of safety instruction. Unlike states that govern with written law, Los Zetas governed with situational law. The rule was not universal. The rule was where you are and who you might be near. Law shifted by block. By hour. By current alignment of unseen power. This kind of governance does not look orderly from the outside, but from the inside, it carries its own terrible clarity. You may not know who rules, but you know how to survive. Inside the Zeta hierarchy, cities were no longer seen as communities. They were behavioral systems, clusters of movement, energy flow, reaction time, economic circulation. Human life was measured through predictability metrics. That if a zone remained predictable, it was considered stable. That if predictability dropped, intervention followed. Intervention was not always violent. Sometimes intervention meant redistribution of access. Fuel unavailable in one district, transport disrupted in another, economic pressure applied where bloodshed would create too much noise. Fear was not always expressed through force. Often it was expressed through absence. Absence of work, absence of passage, absence of opportunity. Inside these cities, people learned that power was not just armed. It was logistical, and logistics do not need to threaten constantly to be feared. Over time, a strange inversion occurred. Fear was no longer something imposed externally. People began imposing it on themselves. They corrected neighbors, advised relatives, warned visitors. Community enforcement replaced visible enforcement. which is always the most efficient form of domination. This self-regulation marked the moment Los Zetas no longer needed to patrol heavily. Cities watched themselves. The organization simply supervised the supervision. Officials inside these regions struggled to identify where control actually lived. There was no central figure to confront, no public chain of command to disrupt. Only layers of behavior that responded to invisible inputs for the population. This produced a psychological transformation more lasting than fear alone. That IT produced anticipatory obedience. People acted not in response to what had happened, but in response to what they believed might happen. And belief is harder to dismantle than enforcement. This is how entire cities quietly entered into a different contract of survival. Not chosen, not negotiated, absorbed. Inside Los Zetas, this phase marked a significant evolution. They were no longer merely administrators of routes. They had become architects of social reaction. They understood that territory did not require constant violence to be held. IT required stable behavioral compliance. And compliance, once normalized, replicates itself faster than fear ever could. Be why the time outsiders began to describe these regions as controlled zones. Control had long since been internalized, not enforced at the edges, but absorbed into the center of daily life. This is how cities did not fall through invasion. They fell through adaptation. The most dangerous thing about fear as governance is not how loud it becomes. It is how quiet it eventually feels. Once obedience took root inside daily routine, Los Zetas no longer needed to chase control through force alone. Control began to sustain itself. Fear had finished teaching. Now it began collecting. In cities shaped by this new order, behavior itself became a form of currency. Who complied quietly advanced, who adapted quickly survived comfortably, who hesitated drifted toward uncertainty. Reputation was no longer built on strength. It was built on predictability. Merchants learned that reliability mattered more than loyalty. Drivers learned that silence mattered more than speed. Families learned that stability came not from resistance or alignment, but from moving through the city as if they did not exist. The most powerful transformation during this phase was not the spread of terror. It was the privatization of caution. Every individual carried the burden of their own survival calculus. Every decision was filtered through invisible consequence. The organization no longer needed to evaluate risk for everyone. Everyone evaluated risk for themselves. This is when obedience becomes efficient, not because it is enforced constantly, but because it is outsourced to the population itself. Economic life reshaped quietly around this new logic. Certain types of businesses vanished. Others expanded, not based on legality, based on friction. If an activity created noise, it vanished. If it generated flow without attention, it thrived. Markets that once revolved around rivalry and negotiation now revolved around non-disruption. The goal was no longer to compete. It was to remain unnoticed within accepted channels. Fear did not crush capitalism in these regions. It refined IT. IT selected for operations that moved quietly, efficiently, and without unpredictable human behavior. At the street level, power increasingly expressed itself through permission rather than domination. You did not need to fear a weapon at your door. You needed to fear losing access. Access to fuel, access to transport, access to work, access to movement. This was far more destabilizing than physical punishment, because it threatened continuity, not just safety. People adapted to this by reducing ambition. Small goals replaced large ones. Short plans replaced long ones. Life narrowed into safer dimensions. Inside schools, teachers learned that authority now extended beyond classrooms. What children repeated at home traveled back into the streets. What was said in streets traveled into classrooms. Speech itself became situational, not restricted by law, restricted by atmosphere. Local officials found governance hollowed out beneath their titles. They still issued policies, still held meetings, still managed paperwork, but the true rules shaping daily behavior moved independently of them. They governed surfaces. Los Zetas governed consequence. The two systems existed side by side without touching. Official order on paper, unofficial order in practice. Most people learned how to move between the two without drawing attention from either. This dual reality reshaped identity. Citizens trained themselves to appear compliant to institutions and compliant to unseen authority at the same time. Contradiction became routine. Inside the organization, command continued refining its understanding of fear as infrastructure. They tracked patterns, traffic volumes, market fluctuations, event attendance, movement during holidays. Fear left measurable footprints, and those footprints were studied the way an engineer studies load. Capacity. Once they learned how fear affected circulation, they learned how to steer it gently. Tension could be increased here, softened there, redirected through rumor, held in suspension through silence. Fear was no longer just punitive. It was regulatory. The most unsettling development was how rarely direct intervention became necessary. Whole neighborhoods adjusted after hearing about events that happened miles away. The city learned vicariously. One place absorbed consequence, another place complied. The illusion that fear must be experienced personally to be effective disappeared. Now it only had to be believed. Inside families, generational memory began forming. Parents who once spoke freely told their children stories structured by absence. Not what happened, what should not be asked, not who controls, who must never be named. This created a slow inheritance of caution. Over time, this inheritance hardened into instinct. People no longer thought before obeying. They simply felt where the lines were. The way animals feel shifts in air pressure before storms. This instinctive obedience marked the true depth of control no enforcement mechanism had ever reached so far. Not even states achieved total instinctive compliance across entire regions without resistance. But this was different. This was not law. This was anticipation of lawlessness, where law requires faith and order. This system required faith in consequence. Consequence proved easier to believe in. Inside Los Zetas, identity stabilized around this success. They no longer defined themselves primarily by violence. They defined themselves by their ability to recalibrate human behavior without needing constant intervention. That ability became their quiet pride, their true currency of power. Control had now moved beyond the battlefield, beyond the corridors, beyond the routes that it lived in habits that in silences that in decisions that were never made because they were never even considered. This phase marked the deepest penetration of their influence, not the loudest, not the bloodiest, but the most enduring. Once fear reshapes habit, habit reshapes memory, and memory reshapes identity. Entire regions began to see themselves not as territories ruled by someone, but as places that simply worked this way now to as if it had always been so. This is the most complete form of domination any shadow power can reach, when its presence no longer feels like occupation, only like gravity. For years, fear functioned as a perfect language. It required no translation, no repetition, no reinforcement beyond memory. But even the most carefully engineered system carries within it the seeds of distortion, because fear, when sustained too long, begins to change the people who administer it. And when the administrators change, the system begins to bend. Inside the structure of Los Zetas, a quiet tension had been forming during the height of their behavioral control. The organization had grown fast, faster than culture could stabilize, faster than hierarchy could harmonize, faster than identity could remain unified. Control through fear requires coherence at the top, but expansion multiplies command centers. Local leaders gained autonomy. Regional commanders developed independent styles. What had once felt like one unified discipline began to diversify. Diversification in a fear-based system does not look like innovation. It looks like inconsistency. In some territories, consequence remained measured and predictable. In others, it grew impulsive. In a few, it drifted toward performance rather than control. And when fear shifts from precision to expression, people stop trusting the logic behind it. Communities sensed this before analysts ever could. The invisible rules began to vary by region. What was tolerated in one city was punished in another. What once felt mathematically consistent now felt emotionally uneven. An uneven fear invites testing. At first, the testing was accidental. Someone crossing a line that used to exist but no longer did. Someone assuming a prohibition that had softened in the next district. The responses were delayed, conflicted, contradictory. People began comparing notes. This was the first quiet fracture. Not rebellion. Comparison to at the same time. Pressure from outside intensified. not just from rival groups, but from institutions that had spent years observing patterns. Law enforcement agencies that once chased individuals now chased structures. They no longer asked who pulled the trigger. They asked who designed the environment. This shift in external pressure mattered because fear-based governance thrives when the threat landscape is fragmented, when attention is scattered, when disruption is sporadic, but structural attention cuts differently. Inside the Zeta commands, movement became harder to conceal, not because secrecy failed, but because patterns became too large to hide. Routes repeated too consistently, financial flows stabilized too predictably. Zones of silence became too permanent. The same traits that made their governance efficient also made it legible. Legibility is endangered as scrutiny grew. Internal debates sharpened. Some leaders argued for more decentralization. Others argued for re-centralization. Some pushed for restraint to reduce visibility. Others pushed for intensification to restore psychological dominance. Fear-based systems struggle with restraint because restraint is difficult to distinguish from weakness. At the street level, subtle shifts emerged. More minor rule-breaking, more delayed compliance, more calculated hesitation. Nothing dramatic, just enough deviation to signal that obedience had stopped being instinctive and had become evaluated again. Once people begin evaluating fear rather than absorbing it, the system must work harder to achieve the same outcome. And working harder means exposing more surface. Inside families, the generational transmission of caution changed tone, where earlier generations taught silence as survival. Younger ones began questioning the purpose of silence, not openly. Internally, quiet doubt is the most dangerous doubt. At the same time, internal discipline inside the organization required more enforcement than before, more correction, more replacement, more internal stabilization. Fear that once flowed outward with almost no maintenance now demanded constant recalibration inward. This reversed the original efficiency of the system. Fear had become expensive. The organization found itself in a paradox. If it softened control, it risked erosion. That if it intensified control, it increased fragmentation and scrutiny. Neither direction promised long-term stability. Outside the cities, along corridor towns and rural crossings, the cracks widened faster. These zones had always relied on more fluid local arrangements. When fear governance lost consistency, these areas became unpredictable. Small groups began pushing boundaries, not as cartels as opportunists. Opportunism thrives when authority becomes uneven. An uneven authority produces localized turbulence. For Los Zetas, this turbulence reintroduced a challenge they had once overcome. They were no longer reshaping behavior from a single cohesive identity. They were now mediating multiple versions of their own authority. This diluted their original psychological advantage at the national level. Institutional pressure consolidated. Agencies coordinated. Intelligence layered. Financial flows traced across wider networks. No single arrest threatened collapse. But the environment grew more hostile, more restrictive, more difficult to navigate without exposure. The fear-based environment that once muted resistance now amplified attention. Not from communities, from systems designed to detect patterns at scale. This is how control through fear begins to decay. Not through heroic confrontation, not through dramatic uprising. Through administrative fatigue, through emotional saturation, through legibility to forces that think structurally rather than emotionally. People in controlled cities felt this first as shifts in mood. More movement at night, more open disagreement, more subtle disrespect. Nothing explosive, just the return of friction into spaces that had once felt sealed. Friction is not collapse, but it is the sound a sealed system makes before it begins to breathe again. Inside Los Zetas, no leader could yet claim the system was failing. It still functioned. It still commanded. It still enforced, but it no longer moved with the same silent inevitability that once made defiance feel illogical. Control through fear had reached its highest expression and had begun, quietly, to cross its own saturation point. Fear still governed, but it no longer governed alone. It now competed with fatigue, with doubt, with outside pressure, with internal divergence. Every system that governs through terror eventually faces this moment, when terror must either transform or harden until it shatters under its own weight. Los Zetas had not yet shattered. But the first internal echoes of stress were now undeniable to those within the structure. The cities were still quiet, but the quiet had changed texture, not heavier, restless. Chapter 8. Money, Power, and Expansion. For a long time, fear had been used as language. Then it became governance. Now it would become something else entirely. For Los Zetas, fear was about to be transformed into economic architecture. Power that cannot sustain itself financially always collapses. Violence can conquer territory. Terror can regulate people. But only money can extend control beyond the limits of force. And Los Zetas understood this with unsettling clarity in the early years of their rise. Profit had followed naturally behind. Dominance. Now profit became the primary engine. Not for luxury, not for display, but for infrastructure. They no longer viewed their territory only as routes for movement. They began to view it as a series of revenue systems woven into daily life itself. Movement became taxable, silence became enforceable, access became monetized, where earlier criminal groups relied heavily on one primary trade. Los Zetas diversified rapidly. They did not depend on one stream. They built stacked industries of control, transportation, fuel, local commerce, security, movement rights, territory access. Each layer fed the next. The brilliance of their expansion was not in what they controlled. It was in how invisibly they inserted themselves into normal economic function. People did not always feel robbed. They felt managed, and management creates dependence. Small businesses learned that protection was no longer optional or negotiated. It was priced into survival itself, not as a separate demand, but as part of the operating environment. Open a shop, move inventory, hire transport. Every action passed through unseen tolls. Unlike older cartels that extracted through spectacle, Los Zetas extracted through embedded obligation. Obligation that did not argue, did not negotiate, did not fluctuate. Regional economies began to subtly reorganize around this new center of gravity. Certain businesses grew faster than expected. Others collapsed without obvious explanation. Capital flowed into areas where risk was predictable and fled areas where volatility spiked. Fear shaped investment at the higher levels. The organization began to resemble something closer to a corporate structure than a traditional cartel. Not informed in function. Revenue collection, cost management, risk allocation, corridor efficiency, all tracked quietly through layered command. The leaders no longer thought in terms of months. They thought in seasons of capital flow, harvest cycles, distribution windows, urban revenue curves. The underworld was now being modeled like a living financial system. Expansion followed this new economic logic, not where rivals were weakest, but where markets were underregulated and behaviorally flexible, places where fear governance could be introduced without destabilizing existing revenue. Rural towns expanded into revenue nodes, not because of crime, but because of positioning, highway junctions, fuel circulation. Cross-border access. Places that once felt peripheral suddenly became central within the new economic map, and something deeper began to change. People slowly stopped speaking about Los Zetas as merely a violent force. They began speaking about them as an unavoidable economic presence, not admired, not supported, but accounted for. Inside the organization, success produced its own psychological transformation. They were no longer struggling for survival. They were managing abundance. Abundance changes motivation. It introduces internal competition, ambition, division. Local commanders now oversaw resources instead of just territory. They managed distribution flows, collected revenue, allocated enforcement. In some regions, local leaders became extraordinarily wealthy relative to surrounding populations. This created social distortion. Power no longer only terrified. It also envied. Envy reshapes loyalty. Older loyalty is sustained by survival. New loyalty begins to fracture under aspiration. Some wanted more territory. Others wanted independence. Some began imagining themselves as something more than administrators. This internal ambition simmered beneath the surface of relentless expansion. While the empire grew wider, its internal gravity became more complex. At the institutional level, money changed how external systems responded. Corruption deepened. Resistance complicated. the more embedded Los Zetas became in economic circulation, the harder it became to isolate them without disrupting entire regions. This created a dangerous equilibrium. Communities depended on survival layers tied to fear-based economics. Institutions hesitated because intervention risked collapsing fragile local stability. Economies became entangled with unseen authority. The organization had achieved something far more durable than street dominance that IT had achieved: economic entanglement. When money moves silently through systems, authority follows without needing to show itself. Expansion now followed investment logic rather than conquest logic, not where battles could be won, but where returns could be maximized. With minimal friction, the paradox had fully matured. The organization that once used terror to regulate movement now needed predictability to protect revenue. Too much chaos disrupted cash flow. Too much pressure increased exposure. Control had to be calibrated to protect profit. This marked a subtle but profound shift. Fear was no longer just about punishment. It was now about protecting spreadsheets that no one ever saw. Entire regions now existed inside an invisible tax structure, not sanctioned by law, not proclaimed by power, but enforced through consequence and routine. People adapted not only their behavior, but their economic imagination. They no longer wondered if the invisible system would shape their future. They only wondered how much room it would allow them inside it. This is when Los Zetas ceased to be perceived merely as a violent network. They became a shadow economy that reprogrammed the spaces it entered. Expansion no longer felt like invasion. It felt like absorption into a financial ecosystem that no one could opt out of. Fear had opened the door. Money now furnished the entire structure. Expansion does not always arrive with violence. Sometimes it arrives through opportunity. By the time Los Zetas had fully converted fear into economy, the question of borders no longer felt geographical. It felt financial. Where money could move, power could follow. It first. Their reach widened quietly, not through mass invasion. Through investment of control, they entered regions not as conquerors, but as administrators of stability for black market economies that were already struggling with disorder. Where disorder creates risk, risk invites those willing to manage it. Smuggling corridors that once felt peripheral suddenly became essential. Fuel routes, human movement paths, contraband distribution lanes that crossed from one nation into another without ever acknowledging the concept of a boundary. For Los Zetas, borders were not lines. They were opportunities for margin. Each transition between jurisdictions created duplication, different laws, different agencies, different gaps. They did not see confusion. They saw room for leverage. In places where one authority ended and another began, enforcement slowed, coordination faltered, oversight thinned. These spaces became perfect insertion points for shadow governance. Instead of replacing existing criminal structures immediately, Los Zetas often wrapped around them. They offered security, predictability, access. Their economics spoke louder than their weapons. Local groups learned quickly that resistance was expensive, alignment was cheaper. Not because alignment guaranteed safety, but because misalignment guaranteed disruption. Expansion followed corridors already shaped by migration and trade, labor routes, smuggling routes, family routes. Networks built long before Los Zetas ever existed. They did not create these paths. They absorbed them into the system they now controlled. AS operations crossed deeper into border regions. The organization evolved again. Local operators no longer thought only in terms of Mexican territory. They thought in terms of movement ecosystems that ignored nationality entirely. Profit did not stop at customs, neither did influence. This marked the beginning of their transformation from a cartel into a transnational shadow corporation. Not in branding. In reached in these new territories. Fear functioned differently. It no longer ruled through reputation alone. It ruled through precedent. People had heard what happened elsewhere. They did not need to see it again locally to understand the cost. Fear became portable. At the institutional level, expansion created overlapping confusion. Agencies within one country tracked fragments. Agencies across borders tracked different fragments. No single authority held the entire picture. And fragmentation is the environment in which networked organizations flourish. Money moved faster than data. Routes adjusted faster than reports. By the time patterns were identified, they had already shifted. Inside Los Zetas, expansion demanded new internal architecture, command. Layers multiplied, logistics centralized, revenue auditing became more complex. They were no longer tracking territory alone. They were tracking interconnected ecosystems of risk and reward. With this scale came new vulnerabilities, leakage, mismanagement, internal corruption. The larger the machine became, the harder it was to ensure absolute discipline at every node. The same expansion that created power also created exposure. Local commanders now controlled revenue streams far larger than anything seen before. Some complied, some exploited. This introduced new forms of internal conflict, not ideological, economic. The organization now faced something it had rarely contended with in its early rise: internal divergence of interest. Some wanted growth, some wanted consolidation, some wanted independence. Money changes what ambition sounds like. At the same time, external pressure reorganized itself. International agencies began sharing intelligence, tracking flows rather than faces, following currency, watching movement patterns. The net grew wider, slower, but more persistent. Yet enforcement still faced a familiar limitation. Every disruption created vacuum. Every vacuum invited opportunists, and opportunists often became subcontractors rather than enemies. Los Zetas adapted by outsourcing risk. Smaller groups handled volatile tasks. Disposable intermediaries absorbed pressure. The core structure insulated itself behind layers of financial and logistical distance that in many regions, the population no longer experienced their presence as constant terror. They experienced it as economic friction. Prices rose mysteriously. Access narrowed unpredictably. Certain work vanished. Other work multiplied. Life continued, but under new, invisible rules. Fear no longer needed to remind people who controlled movement. Their wallets felt it instead. Expansion reshaped not only space, it reshaped expectation. People began assuming that any informal economy that became profitable enough would eventually become absorbed. Resistance was no longer imagined as possible at scale. Only small evasions remained. This psychological shift mattered more than territory itself. It meant that power no longer felt local. It felt inevitable. The most dangerous moment of expansion is not when resistance is loud. It is when resistance disappears from imagination. When opposition is not crushed, only no longer conceived as viable. Why now? Los Zetas had crossed from being one cartel among many to becoming a template of shadow. Power that others either copied or been around. Expansion no longer required declaration. It propagated by example. They had not only redrawn borders, they had begun dissolving what borders meant inside the underworld altogether. And with that dissolution came a new kind of threat, not about where they operated, but about how far the system could stretch without tearing itself apart from its own weight. At the height of their expansion, Los Zetas no longer resembled the force that had first risen from desert corridors and fractured alliances. They had become something broader, heavier, more complex, an empire of movement, money, and fear that now stretched farther than any single group of men could fully see. For a time, expansion itself concealed the weight. New territories disguised old fractures. New revenue masked internal inefficiency. Growth made everything feel unstoppable, but no system grows forever without rediscovering gravity. The first sign of strain did not appear as rebellion. It appeared as delay. Revenue arrived later than expected. Enforcement required repetition. Corridors that once responded instantly now hesitated. Small irregularities appeared inside flows that had once felt seamless. At the surface, nothing looked broken. Routes still moved. Cities still complied. Money still circulated. But underneath, the rhythm had shifted just enough for command to feel it. Inside the upper structure, leaders began asking new questions, not about enemies, about control of their own expansion. Who truly commanded which zone? Who collected which flows? Who answered to whom in practice, not in title? The very architecture that allowed Los Zetas to scale rapidly now created layers of partial sovereignty. Local commanders controlled not just territory, but lifestyles, armies, independent revenue. Their loyalty was no longer shaped only by fear or discipline. It was shaped by personal empires, growing inside the larger empire. This is the danger of abundance. When survival is replaced by accumulation, loyalty gains alternatives. Some regional leaders began acting like kings in miniature. They enforced rules, collected revenue, managed violence, and increasingly, they answered upward only when it suited their interests. At the same time, the organization's reliance on economic entanglement deepened. The more revenue streams integrated into daily life, the harder it became to adjust enforcement. Without causing collateral instability, too much pressure disrupted cash flow, too little pressure invited erosion of authority. Control now required constant calibration. Calibration is exhausting, and exhaustion produces mistakes. Outside pressure also shifted in character. Not louder, not faster, more persistent. Financial tracking grew sharper. Movement analysis widened. Institutional memory accumulated. Every seizure, every arrest, every intercepted route added another data point to a slowly clarifying. Pictured in a single event threatened the empire, but accumulation always does. Inside communities, the emotional atmosphere had changed again. Fear remained, but it was no longer pure. It was now mixed with annoyance, with impatience, with quiet resentment of constant economic pressure and shrinking opportunity. Resentment does not usually erupt into rebellion. It erodes cooperation. People comply, but they stop assisting. They stop warning. They stop smoothing friction. Passive resistance replaces vocal resistance. This made operations less predictable, not in dramatic ways. In subtle ones. Fuel delayed, messages misinterpreted, movements slightly mistimed. 1,000 small inefficiencies began shaping the environment. And inside a system built on precision, inefficiency is contagion. The greatest danger now was not rival cartels. It was friction multiplying across internal seams. Different command styles, different severity levels, different economic expectations, the fear-based consistency that once unified behavior began to fragment along regional lines. In some areas, enforcement remained surgical. In others, it drifted toward excess. The unevenness disrupted the original psychological contract. People no longer knew what version of authority governed the next town. Uncertainty returned, not as chaos, as cautious testing. Internal discipline grew more difficult to maintain across such scale. Correction required exposure. Exposure increased scrutiny. Scrutiny increased vulnerability. Every attempt to reassert unity created visibility. At the elite level, leadership faced a silent dilemma. They had built an empire optimized for expansion, but now needed to transform it into one optimized for sustainability. Those are rarely the same structure. Some pushed for consolidation, retrenchment, quieting the outer regions. Others pushed for deeper infiltration, more routes, more layers, more wealth. Expansion mentality collided with survival mentality. One declared this conflict. It lived and delayed. Decisions. In conflicting directives. In selective enforcement. In rising autonomy at the edges. The empire still stood, but it no longer felt infinite. It felt heavy. Heaviness changes how power moves. Every step requires more force, more coordination, more compromise. The same organization that once thrived in speed now struggled with its own mass. Outsiders saw dominance. Insiders felt dragged. It was in this atmosphere that the first serious internal betrayals seeded quietly. Not ideological, financial, not revolution, repositioning. Some began aligning with external interests, not out of defiance, out of self-preservation. When power becomes centralized at scale, defecting once feels impossible. Defecting early begins to feel smart. By the end of this phase, Los Zetas had achieved their greatest territorial reach, their deepest economic entanglement, their most extensive behavioral control, and also their first full-scale encounter with the limits of what fear and money alone could hold together. Indefinitely, the empire had not yet begun to fall, but it had begun to strain audibly beneath its own structure. Expansion had reached its apex. What followed from here would not be growth. It would be reaction. Chapter 9. The Inside Fractures. Every empire, no matter how violently it is built, eventually encounters the same enemy. Not an army, not a rival, not a government. It meets itself. At the height of their expansion, Los Zetas appeared unstoppable from the outside. Territories adjusted, economies bent. Fear still governed daily life across vast regions. But inside the structure, something far more dangerous than opposition had begun to grow. Individual ambition. In the beginning, unity had been forged through survival. Everyone depended on the system. Everyone feared the same collapse. Everyone moved in the same direction. But survival is a powerful glue only while danger is shared equally. Once wealth grows unevenly, so does loyalty. Local commanders were no longer just enforcers. They had become administrators of entire economic ecosystems. They controlled fuel markets, transport routes, protection rackets, human movement. In some regions, they no longer felt like lieutenants. They felt like owners, and ownership changes psychology. An enforcer protects what belongs to the system, an owner begins protecting what belongs to him. This is where the fractures truly began, not through rebellion, through quiet redefinition of purpose. Some commanders began asking a question that no empire wants its generals to ask. What happens if I stop sending everything upward? At first, the shifts were invisible, revenue delayed, reports softened, threats underplayed, success exaggerated. Not lies, just selective truth. Selective truth is the bloodstream of internal decay, because leadership must respond to what it sees. And what it sees is now curated at higher levels. Command believed the machine still ran as before, but at the edges, the machine had begun to adapt itself to personal priorities. Some local leaders grew popular with communities, not as criminals. As providers. They distributed money, they created work, they softened enforcement. Not out of mercy, out of strategy, because popularity creates insulation. Others moved in the opposite direction. They intensified fear beyond what had ever been required. They governed with spectacle, with excess, with personal signatures of power, not to stabilize to intimidate rivals within the organization itself. This divergence in leadership styles shattered the original consistency that had made control so efficient. One city lived by silence, another by terror, another by bribery and favor. People no longer experienced one authority. They experienced many interpretations of authority, and where interpretation emerges, power is no longer clean. It becomes contested. The center of command. Coordination grew heavier. Conflicting reports, contradictory success stories, unexplainable failures. Leaders struggled to separate real growth from inflated control. The system that had once thrived on precision was now being fed performance. And performance always collapses under pressure. At the same time, paranoia began to grow. Not the paranoia of enemies, the paranoia of betrayal. Who is holding back revenue? Who is courting outside alliances? Who is preparing an exit? Trust inside the organization became procedural and no longer assumed, constantly tested. This is when internal surveillance intensified. Monitoring of communications. Cross-checking of movements. Verification of loyalty through forced demonstration. But surveillance cuts both ways. Those who watch too closely are also the easiest to watch in return. Small internal conflicts emerged, not armed confrontations. Power struggles expressed through territory interference, revenue blockades, supply disruptions masked as technical failures. Each disruption was plausible, each delay explainable. But together, they formed a pattern no leader wanted to name aloud. Inside elite circles, some began to realize that the empire had grown beyond their ability to control it as a single organism. It was becoming a network of semi-independent power centers. Linked, but not unified, ambition began to outrun discipline. Discipline requires shared fear. Ambition feeds on personal opportunity, and opportunity now existed. The original fear-based identity of the organization had once erased individual ego. Now ego was quietly reasserting itself through wealth and local authority. This created a silent ideological split. Those who still believed in centralized domination. Those who believed the future belonged to regional sovereignty. The public never saw these divisions. From the outside, Los Zetas still appeared as one shadow. But inside, the shadow was breaking into overlapping silhouettes. Even enforcement changed tone. Some commanders punished betrayal harshly. Others used it as leverage. Some eliminated dissent. Others absorbed it into quiet negotiation. And negotiation is the language of fragmentation. By this stage, betrayal no longer looked like defection. It looked like slow disengagement from collective obligation. Local loyalty slowly replaced organizational loyalty. Men stopped asking, "What does the structure want?" They began asking, "What keeps my territory secure? What keeps my family insulated? What keeps my revenue intact?" These questions did not destroy the empire immediately. They slowly shifted its center of gravity outward to the highest level. Leadership still commanded, still enforced, still expanded into data-driven oversight. But the emotional unity had already begun to thin. This was the moment when Los Zetas stopped being a singular identity and began becoming a constellation of ambitions held together by fear, habit, and momentum, rather than belief. Empires do not collapse when enemies grow strong. They collapse when their own gravity pulls them apart into competing centers. The fractures were still thin, still invisible to most, still survivable. But they were no longer theoretical. They were now active inside the bloodstream of power itself. And from this point forward, every external pressure would not just test the empire. It would seep directly into these cracks and widen them. For years, loyalty had been the quiet engine that kept Los Zetas moving as a single body. Not loyalty born from belief, not loyalty chosen freely, but loyalty forged from shared risk, from collective exposure, from the understanding that survival required unity. But once wealth replaced survival as the primary motivator, loyalty changed character. It no longer functioned as protection. It became leverage. Inside regional strongholds, commanders began testing how far loyalty could be bent without snapping. Small deflections of revenue, selective enforcement of orders, delays disguised as logistical errors. Each act was designed to probe the boundaries of tolerance, and tolerance, once measured, tempts escalation. The central command structure received reports that still suggested cohesion. Numbers still added up, routes still moved, violence still followed recognizable patterns. But beneath those patterns, alignment had shifted, not in open rebellion. In private arithmetic, alliances began forming. Inside the organization that had nothing to do with official hierarchy, groups united not by shared mission, but by shared vulnerability, shared secrets, shared financial interest. These informal coalitions did not announce themselves. They simply corrected for one another, protected one another, redirected pressure when necessary. Anyone who attempted to enforce discipline too aggressively became isolated. Orders stalled, reinforcements arrived late, intelligence went missing, enforcement without backing becomes exposure, and exposure becomes liability. The first internal purges did not resemble civil war. They were surgical, personal, quiet. Conflicts were framed as discipline, but everyone understood the subtext. These were repositionings of power, not moral corrections. Loyalty now had price, and price varies by region. In some territories, men stayed aligned with the original structure because their fortunes depended on its survival. In others, commanders realized they could threaten defection more profitably than they could secure loyalty, and threats do not need to be spoken to be effective. The organization entered its most dangerous psychological phase, the phase where fear no longer points outward exclusively. It turns inward. Men began watching each other more closely than they watched rivals. Every delay felt intentional. Every message felt curated. Every absence felt strategic. Trust did not disappear. It became transactional. Inside meetings, silence grew heavier, not the old silence of obedience, the new silence of calculation. What is being said? What is being withheld? Who benefits from this interpretation? The very intelligence systems that once protected the organization from enemies now turned inward. Monitoring became mutual. Surveillance became circular. Everyone watched. Everyone hid at this point. Betrayal did not always mean selling information to the outside. It meant withholding cooperation from the inside. And withholding is harder to detect than leakage. Some local leaders began intentionally provoking central command into overreaction, not to challenge authority, but to measure how much strength still remained at the core. Every response was interpreted as data. When central enforcement arrived swiftly and decisively, loyalty spiked momentarily. When it arrived late or weak, the cracks widened. This created a dangerous feedback loop. Command reacted to signs of disloyalty with harsher measures. Harsh measures increased resentment. Resentment reduced cooperation. Reduced cooperation made enforcement appear weaker. The machine began to strain against itself. At the street level, Rumors shifted tone, not about which rivals were rising, but about which commanders were falling out of favor, which territories were no longer secure internally, which leaders might soon disappear. For the first time since its rise, the organization's identity began to lose its aura of inevitability. Not to the public, but to its own inside operators. When inevitability fades internally, loyalty becomes brittle. Some commanders began secretly building escape architectures, not necessarily to leave physically, but to reposition when collapse came. They stockpiled money, moved families, established channels to rival groups, layered insulation between themselves and the core. These preparations were not acts of rebellion. They were acts of anticipation. Inside elite leadership, efforts to reassert unity intensified. More audits, more forced demonstrations of obedience, more symbolic enforcement. But symbolism cannot repair structural misalignment. It only delays exposure. The irony was sharp. The system that once operated on the cold logic of consequence was now being driven increasingly by emotion at the top. Suspicion, anxiety, defensiveness. These emotions cloud precision. Once command begins acting from fear rather than design, the empire is no longer architected. It is reacting. Reaction always trails initiative. An initiative had already begun to migrate outward. The internal language changed. Yet again, the phrase control slowly disappeared. It was replaced with management. Management is something you do to something you are no longer fully confident you own. This was the psychological pivot no one announced. The quiet admission that the empire required handling, not commanding. When loyalty becomes a weapon rather than a bond, every relationship becomes conditional, every alignment temporary, every promise unstable. By the end of this phase, Los Zetas still commanded territory, still extracted wealth, still enforced silence, but the emotional unity that once made them feel like a single organism had dissolved into layered coexistence of competing interests. Power still existed, but it no longer felt seamless. The inside fractures had not yet shattered the empire, but they had changed its nature forever, from unified domination to negotiated survival within the shadow of its own success. Every structure built on secrecy fears exposure, but the most dangerous exposure is not to enemies. It is exposure to internal truth. By the time the fractures inside Los Zetas reached this stage, betrayal no longer arrived through dramatic confrontation. It arrived through gradual abandonment of unity. Not men running away, men staying in place while mentally separating from the whole. At first, betrayal looked like hesitation. A commander who once enforced immediately now paused. A shipment that once moved instantly now waited. A report that once arrived clean now arrived softened. Delay became doctrine, and doctrine always reshapes power faster than violence. Some inside the structure learned how to betray without appearing disloyal. They followed orders intentionally late. They enforced rules with just enough tolerance to weaken authority while maintaining plausible obedience. They allowed rivals to survive long enough to create instability, chaos without fingerprints. Leadership sensed something, slipping beyond correction, not territory, not money, momentum. The organization still moved, but it no longer surged. The first undeniable implosion happened not at the edges, but at the core intersection of money and command. A major revenue artery failed silently, not seized, not destroyed, simply redirected by those entrusted to protect it. This created a precedent no force could ignore. That if money could be repositioned once, it could be repositioned again, and once more. From that moment forward, trust at the highest levels collapsed into continuous testing. Every commander was now a potential rival in waiting. Every success story was questioned. Every failure was suspected. Internal investigations began overlapping, not to uncover truth, but to neutralize threats before truth could be proven. Neutralization no longer followed consistent rules. Some were removed quietly, others publicly, some were spared. Others disappeared without pattern. When enforcement loses pattern, fear turns erratic, and erratic fear no longer stabilizes. Inside regional cells, men no longer asked who ruled. They asked, who will still be standing next month? The emotional temperature of the organization inverted. Early fear had been outward, directed at outsiders. Now fear was inward, directed at the nearest superior, the nearest allied. IT the nearest subordinate. When fear points in all directions, hierarchy dissolves into cross-pressure. Command loses clarity. Obedience becomes selective. Some commanders began cooperating with rivals not to defect, but to counterbalance internal threats. This is the final stage of fragmentation, when outside enemies become tools rather than risks. The empire had reached the phase where allegiance no longer meant belonging to IT meant temporary alignment against a closer danger. Communities beneath this struggle felt the shift first. Enforcement became inconsistent. Rules varied daily. Some days were silent, others unpredictable. The old certainty of consequence began fading into ambiguous risk. Ambiguity breaks psychological dominance faster than rebellion ever could. Inside high command, decisions grew heavier. Every order risked internal sabotage. Every inaction risked being interpreted as weakness. Leadership faced a future where every move carried double meaning. Some pushed for total internal purge. Others argued this would collapse remaining cohesion. The organization stalled between force and restraint, between survival and acceleration. At this point, the empire was no longer expanding. It was rearranging internally under pressure. This is the stage where power stops projecting outward and begins defending itself from itself. The most dangerous enemy had arrived quietly. Not law enforcement, not rival cartels, not public resistance, but the realization that no one inside could guarantee loyalty anymore. When empires begin to cannibalize their own structure, they rarely collapse quickly. They unravel selectively, cell by cell, trust by trust, route by route. By the end of this chapter in their history, Los Zetas still ruled large regions, still collected vast revenue, still enforced silence. But the identity that once made them feel singular had fully disintegrated. They were now a network of territories, connected by revenue, separated by ambition, held together only by the memory of what unity once felt like. The empire had not fallen, but it was no longer whole. What would come next would not be driven by growth, but by reaction to internal collapse and rising external pressure. The predators who once ruled through fear were now beginning to taste the same uncertainty they had once used to dominate others. Chapter 10. The Government Strikes Back. For years, Los Zetas had expanded in the space created by fragmentation. Fragmented rival groups, fragmented police units, fragmented intelligence agencies, fragmented jurisdictional boundaries. They did not defeat the state. They outpaced it while it argued with itself. But institutions, when pushed long enough into the margins, eventually begin to change shape. And when they change shape, they do not announce it loudly. They arrive differently. The early phase of the government's return did not look like a crackdown. It did not look like raids. It did not look like mass arrests. It looked like silence. Information stopped leaking as easily. Routes once considered compromised turned suddenly unpredictable. Local officials who once answered calls began delaying responses. Small shifts in behavior hinted that observation had begun to consolidate. For the first time in years, Los Zetas were not the only ones mapping behavior. They were being mapped themselves. The shift began with something deceptively simple. Agencies stopped chasing personalities. They began chasing movement patterns. Not who moved, but how movement unfolded. Instead of pursuing leaders, they pursued fuel anomalies, transport compression, revenue circulation timing, communication density. They watched what could not be hidden by aliases or rebranding. They watched function. Multiple branches of the Mexican government began sharing information in ways they previously never sustained. Financial intelligence spoke to security planning. Regional enforcement passed data upward without filtering through political rivalry. What had once been a patchwork of isolated efforts began slowly pulling into alignment. This alignment was not immediate. It moved unevenly. There were setbacks. Leaks returned in places. Old habits resisted reform. But the direction had changed. For Los Zetas, the first signal that something fundamental was shifting came through failure without explanation. Operations that should have remained invisible were intercepted without warning. Contacts vanished not through disappearance, but through silence. Communications went unanswered rather than collapsing in panic. This silence felt different, not chaotic, deliberate. Inside the organization, some leaders initially dismissed these events as coincidence. Others argued they were internal sabotage. the truth was more unsettling. The state had learned how to wait. Waiting is not a tactic criminals usually prepare for. They prepare for force, for pressure, for spectacle. But waiting shifts the tempo. It turns the predator into the observed. The government began extending its gaze not outward, but along the natural seams of the underworld economy. Ports, fuel distribution networks, commercial trucking hubs, financial clearing pathways. They did not move on the gun first. They moved on the infrastructure that allowed the gun to travel unnoticed. This created a new kind of vulnerability. Previously, if a route was compromised, it could be replaced. Now, compromised routes were not clearly identified. They simply stopped behaving as expected. Transit windows narrowed mysteriously. Vehicles arrived late without cause. Shipments rerouted without request. For the first time in years, Los Zetas faced something they had once mastered against others, an environment where predictability was being quietly stolen from them. Inside regional command, uncertainty returned in a new form. Not fear of rivals, fear of legibility. What do they see that we do not? How far does their picture extend? Which layer has been observed? Paranoia deepened. But this time, paranoia was not only internal. It was structural. The organization began behaving like it was being watched before it could confirm that it truly was. This is how pressure works when applied intelligently. It does not announce itself. It makes the target begin policing itself unnecessarily. Some commanders overcorrected. They withdrew too quickly. They disrupted their own revenue. They stripped their own protection networks. Others refused to adapt at all, believing the shadow would always protect them. Both errors proved costly at the institutional level. A change in tone had taken hold, not the tone of reaction, the tone of long-horizon pursuit. Instead of attempting to seize territory immediately, agencies focused on severing continuity. They did not aim to collapse the empire overnight. They aimed to make it exhaust itself, sustaining basic function. This is how states fight networks they cannot confront head-on. They remove oxygen quietly. The earliest auctions of seized assets began appearing, not as public spectacles, as quiet legal notices. Properties, vehicles, businesses that on paper belonged to no one significant, but in reality had once pulsed with shadow revenue. This marked another unsettling shift. The government was no longer merely disrupting trajectories. It was absorbing pieces of the economic shadow back into legal frameworks. Inside the organization, leaders began receiving updates they did not want to hear: frozen accounts, unrecoverable investments, partners turning inaccessible. None of these were fatal alone. Together, they signaled that the architecture of expansion was being studied and dismantled in layers. What frightened the Zetas most about this phase was not the damage. It was the lack of spectacled, grand announcements, propaganda, chest beating from officials. Only steady, administrative pressure. The terror-based system had always depended on memory and anticipation. Now, the government was building its own version of quiet inevitability. Communities beneath the shadow felt the pressure differently. Not through sudden relief, not through sudden liberation, through strange pockets of uncertainty where old rules softened unexpectedly, where enforcement hesitated, where the invisible order flickered. This flicker alone changed psychology. People did not rush to rebel, but they began to wonder if the shadow was still absolute. And wonder is the seed of every later shift. By the end of this phase, both sides understood the same truth. The war had changed tempo, no longer measured by territory gained or lost, but by which system could endure prolonged unseen pressure without melting from within. Los Zetas had built their empire on fear and speed. The government had begun responding with patience and pattern. These are opposite forms of power, and they do not coexist easily. The first pieces of the empire did not fall loudly. They simply failed to return. A courier missed a window. A payment did not clear. A meeting point remained empty after the appointed hour. First, each incident felt isolated. In the underworld, isolated loss is normal. But this was different. The losses did not trigger retaliation. They did not trigger warnings. They triggered absence. Inside Los Zetas, absence was the most dangerous signal of all. Absence meant something had been removed without resistance. And removal without resistance suggested prior containment. As weeks passed, patterns formed. Entire operational layers went silent simultaneously. Contacts across separate territories vanished in the same cycle. Financial channels that had never failed before stopped responding within the same week. This was not coincidence. This was interruption by design. The state had begun cutting the empire not across territory, but through circulatory systems. They were not shrinking the map. They were thinning the blood. For the first time, Los Zetas faced losses that could not be answered with intimidation. Fear does not recover money once the bank is frozen. Fear does not retrieve data once servers are pulled. Fear does not resurrect transport once fleets are seized under legal authority. This created a new psychological burden inside the organization. Previously, every loss could be reversed with enough violence. Now, some losses lived behind paperwork and sealed orders, behind systems that did not recognize threat. Inside leadership, a realization hardened. They were now fighting an enemy that did not live in fear, an enemy that lived in procedure. The first visible external successes appeared through arrests that seemed unconnected, low-level logisticians, mid-tier transport coordinators, peripheral financial facilitators. None were famous. None were leaders. But each arrest removed a load-bearing function, and load-bearing pieces are what hold unseen weight. Information began flowing backward. Through these arrests, not dramatically, not through confession, through reconstruction, movements recreated from timestamps, networks redraw from repeated patterns, accounts linked through transaction echoes. The machine was being mapped after it had already moved. This delayed visibility was the most frustrating pressure Los Zetas had ever encountered. They could not see where the eyes were. They could only see where the hands had already been. Inside regions once governed by quiet certainty, tension returned subtly, not through open conflict, through hesitation. Drivers delayed routes voluntarily. Couriers asked more questions. Local operators demanded clearer guarantees before acting. Fear now competed with doubt and protection. The organization was forced to increase internal enforcement to compensate for the loss of external invisibility. More loyalty checks, more confirmations, more isolation between cells. Security tightened inward, but tightening inward further slowed operations. The paradox sharpened. The more they protected themselves from observation, the less functional their system became. At the same time, internal fractures widened. Some commanders blamed betrayal. Others blamed surveillance. Others blamed leadership failure. The enemy became conceptual rather than visible. In this climate, opportunism surged. Some local leaders began skimming deeper revenues, expecting collapse. Some limited their exposure deliberately. Some initiated quiet negotiations with rival factions and protection networks, not to defect openly. To ensure personal continuity if the structure failed. The government did not rush. They moved with deliberate spacing. One seizure, then pause, another arrest, then quiet. This created psychological fatigue. Operators never knew if the next loss would come today or next month. Fatigue is more destabilizing than panic. Panic exhausts itself quickly. Fatigue rewires expectation. The public began sensing shifts they could not articulate. Certain places felt less inspected than before. Certain checkpoints appeared where none had been. Certain rumors stopped traveling altogether. The invisible architecture of power was reorganizing. Inside Los Zetas, message discipline deteriorated. People spoke less, shared less, trusted fewer channels. Information flattened and dried, which meant decisions carried more uncertainty. This uncertainty disrupted the very trait that once made them dominant: precision. External pressure had now reached the stage where the empire had to actively manage loss rather than expansion. Every week included containment of damage, reassignment of routes, replacement of personnel, reconfiguration of finance. This constant maintenance consumed leadership bandwidth. Time once spent expanding was now spent preserving, and preservation always signals a shift in momentum. At the institutional level, coordination deepened. The state did not declare victory. It simply kept collecting pieces that no longer had cover. The noise of enforcement remained low. The effectiveness grew steadily. Some inside Los Zetas recognized what was happening. They compared this moment to an earlier era, when they themselves had once suffocated rivals without spectacle. Now the method was being turned inward. By the end of this phase, the empire still existed, still frightened communities, still collected massive revenue. But its inner engine no longer felt limitless. The IT felt contested by time and scrutiny rather than by force. The shadow was not being shattered. IT was being thinned until light could begin passing through it. For a long time, pressure had arrived quietly, through paperwork, through frozen routes, through vanished intermediaries. But now, the pressure reached a point where quiet no longer achieved the state's objective. Visibility had become necessary, and visibility changes everything. The first highly visible strike did not feel like a thunderclap. That IT felt like a door opening that had never existed before. Suddenly, information that had once lived only in whispers appeared in official statements. Routes were named, financial pathways referenced, territories mapped not as rumor, but as documented structure. For Los Zetas, this was a psychological rupture. Their greatest weapon had always been uncertainty. Now uncertainty was eroding. Inside the organization, leaders felt something unfamiliar. Not fear of capture, fear of being understood structurally. The more the state understood function rather than personality, the less protection aliases and hierarchy could offer. Operations that once disappeared into the blur of chaos were now reconstructed publicly in fragments. Not full exposure, but enough visibility to change behavior. Drivers rerouted, financiers froze, local power brokers hesitated. Everyone began acting as if the net were wider than it truly was. This was the state's quiet victory, not arrest, behavioral disruption at scale. Communities beneath the shadow felt it too. Not as liberation as contradiction. Places that had once felt sealed by fear now experienced moments of official intrusion. Checkpoints appeared. Investigations unfolded. The invisible order flickered again. For the first time in years, two systems of authority occupied the same visible space simultaneously. The shadow did not vanish, but it was no longer alone. Inside Los Zetas, command faced the most dangerous dilemma of all. To retreat and preserve secrecy would shrink revenue and weaken internal control. To resist openly would invite sustained confrontation with institutional power. Both choices risked collapse. Both choices carried exposure. Some leaders pushed for regression, return to tighter cells, less expansion, more silence. Others pushed for escalation, show of force, public intimidation, reassertion of dominance through spectacle. This division mirrored the fractures already growing inside the empire. Fear-based governance does not adapt easily to transparency. IT thrives on ambiguity. Once ambiguity fades, fear must either grow louder or transform into something else. In several regions, commanders acted independently. Some attempted renewed displays of control. Others attempted quiet accommodation. This lack of unified response fractured the psychological front they once presented. Communities sensed uneven authority again, and uneven authority always invites testing. Meanwhile, the state did not pursue a dramatic knockout. IT continued its method, persistent, procedural, layered. Every visible strike was supported by months of invisible observation. The difference now was perception. People began to believe the shadow could be challenged, not everywhere, not always, but somewhere, and that belief alone altered the emotional geometry of control. Inside the empire, loss was no longer merely financial or logistical. IT was symbolic. Their image of inevitability had cracked, and when inevitability cracks, authority must compensate with either intimacy or brutality. Some commanders tried intimacy. They softened enforcement. They distributed resources. They tried to rebuild local loyalty directly. Others hardened brutality. They intensified consequence. They widened fear outward as if volume alone could restore gravity. The contradiction accelerated internal chaos. The empire now ruled different regions with different philosophies in no longer one unified doctrine. Only fragmented reactions to the same external pressure. For the government, this fragmentation was opportunity. Coordination thrives when the adversary loses cohesion. Conflicting enforcement styles created gaps. Gaps created intelligence. Intelligence created leverage. By the end of this phase, Los Zetas were no longer navigating an environment they entirely controlled. They were navigating a contested landscape where shadow and state overlapped constantly. The old world of silent dominance had ended. The new world of visible contest had begun. The state had not defeated the empire, but it had forced it into continuous exposure, continuous defense, continuous reaction, and reaction, unlike expansion, always signals loss of strategic initiative. The shadow was no longer free to reshape the world without consequence. IT now had to account for a persistent external will that did not retreat after one clash. For Los Zetas, this was the beginning of their most dangerous era yet, not because they were weak, but because they were now trapped between their own internal fractures and an enemy that no longer blinked. The empire still stood, but it now stood under sustained daylight for the first time. Chapter 11. Leaders, Betrayers, and Informants. When the empire began to speak against itself. For years, Los Zetas had survived because no one inside truly spoke. Silence was not just enforced, IT was inherited, IT was taught, IT was absorbed. Words were dangerous. Memory was dangerous. Even curiosity was dangerous. But pressure does something strange to silence. IT makes it crack and slow. Invisible places. IT first. Nothing sounded like betrayal. IT sounded like frustration. A leader complaining quietly about shrinking margins. A commander questioning delayed reinforcements. An operator wondering why protection felt weaker than before. These were not confessions. They were emotional leaks. And emotional leaks always precede informational ones. Inside the structure, people were no longer only afraid of enemies. They were afraid of being abandoned by their own system. When an empire grows powerful, it protects its soldiers. When an empire begins to strain, soldiers begin asking whether they will be sacrificed first. The earliest defectors were not weak men. They were managers, logisticians, quartermasters, finance handlers, transport coordinators, men who understood patterns, men who saw the machine from angles gunmen never did. They noticed when money stopped flowing cleanly. They noticed when enforcement hesitated. They noticed when orders contradicted survival. And they began to calculate. None of them wanted to be a hero. They wanted to be alive. The first quiet conversations with authorities did not come with names. They came with structures, how routes were layered, how cells communicated, how money bypassed official eyes. These were not acts of revenge. They were acts of insurance. For the state, this was the most valuable breakthrough of the entire conflict, because institutions cannot see inside shadows without reflections. And defectors are reflections that move and explain themselves. As information accumulated. Investigations changed character again. In no longer external observation. Now it was internal confirmation. Patterns matched. Testimonies. Testimonies matched financial trails. Trails matched intercepted movement. The shadow was beginning to align with the map drawn against it. Inside Los Zetas, the first confirmed betrayal was handled traditionally, swiftly, quietly. Public enough to send a message, but something had already changed. Fear no longer restored unity. IT merely accelerated private calculations. Men began behaving as if betrayal were inevitable. They wanted to ensure they were not the last to act. This is the most dangerous stage of collapse, when no one trusts loyalty and everyone anticipates abandonment. Some leaders tried to stop the bleeding with generosity, cash incentives, territorial guarantees, forgiveness for past mistakes. Others escalated brutality. They believed the old methods would still work if applied harder. Both approaches failed in different ways. Generosity convinced some that escape was possible. Brutality convinced others that escape was necessary. The next wave of informants did not arrive from logistics. They came from enforcement units, lieutenants who had commanded squads, men who had ordered executions, men who had enforced rule through terror. These defections were not emotional. They were strategic. They feared being positioned as scapegoats during the reckoning they now sensed approaching. Better to trade information than become a symbol. What made these informants especially dangerous was not what they knew. It was that they understood fear culture from the inside. They could explain how obedience worked, how intimidation traveled through neighborhoods, how silence was enforced without words. They translated terror into diagrams. For investigators, this was revelation. Not proof of guilt, but proof of method. And method is what dismantles systems. Inside the organization, paranoia surged to levels never seen before. Everyone was tested. Everyone doubted. Every success was suspected of being bait. Every failure suspected of being betrayal. But the leadership faced an impossible dilemma. To investigate too aggressively meant exposing internal structures. To not investigate meant allowing infiltration to expand. Either choice risked collapse. Some leaders attempted to isolate themselves completely. No phones, no intermediaries, no movement without escort. But isolation is not protection. It is blindness with walls. Meanwhile, informants did not need to be perfect. They only needed to be consistent enough to keep the pressure focused. Each testimony sharpened the picture. Each detail removed another layer of invisibility. The empire began losing not just people, but coherence. Orders became shorter. Planning became cautious. Trust evaporated from decision-making. Fear now governed the governors. Communities felt the change again, not as sudden relief, but as instability. Rules shifted. Enforcement stuttered. Some zones felt abandoned while others felt suddenly over-policed. This instability created new dangers. Smaller gangs resurfaced. Old rivals tested borders. Independent operators reappeared between cracks. The grip was still strong, but it was no longer perfectly sealed. By the end of this phase, betrayal was no longer seen as an exception. It was viewed as a variable in every decision. Every alliance was provisional. Every promise conditional. Every silent suspect. Los Zetas had once ruled through silence. Now the greatest threat came from what silence was preparing to say. When the kings began to fall for years, Los Zetas had appeared leaderless from the outside. No single-faced, no visible throne, no crowned king to topple. That invisibility had been their shield. But invisibility depends on discipline, and discipline had begun to fracture. The first major leader to fall did not vanish in a storm of gunfire. He vanished in a courtroom, not dragged in chains, but summoned by evidence that had been quietly assembling for years. Bank records, travel logs, witness statements from men who once stood beside him. The shadow did not collapse, but it flinched. Inside the organization, this arrest landed with a different kind of terror, not the terror of violence, the terror of exposure through documentation. A gun can kill, but documents can resurrect every crime at once. After the first fall, something irreversible happened. The myth that leadership was untouchable died silently. And once that myth died, fear changed direction again. More arrests followed. Not all public, some disappeared into sealed indictments. Others appeared briefly in headlines, then faded behind legal walls. Each arrest removed not just a commander, but a node of memory, someone who knew routes, prices, relationships, mistakes. Inside the empire, leaders began erasing their own histories. Phones destroyed, records burned, contacts abandoned. But memory lives longer than materials, and memory had already migrated. What made this phase uniquely destructive was not the number of arrests. It was the quality of knowledge now in the hands of authorities. They were no longer guessing where money flowed. They were no longer approximating who controlled what. They were being told, step by step. Informants started appearing not as rumors, but as voices in official transcripts. Men who once enforced silence now breaking it in clean, structured testimony. Not ranting, not pleading, explaining. Some testified for reduced sentences, some for protection, some simply because they no longer believed survival inside the empire was possible. Motivation no longer mattered. Only consistency mattered. Inside the organization, leadership attempted to counter the damage by changing structures again. Cells tightened, contacts minimized, chain of command shortened. But these measures came too late to restore trust. They only confirmed that something was indeed collapsing. Paranoia deepened into functional paralysis. No1 wanted to move without perfect assurance. Perfect assurance no longer existed. Local commanders faced impossible choices: remain loyal and risk arrest, or defect and risk execution. Or attempt neutrality and risk both. Neutrality, once impossible, now became the most common silent strategy. Some leaders disappeared intentionally. They did not flee dramatically. They simply stopped answering phones, stopped attending meetings, stopped issuing orders. They abandoned power without announcing resignation. Power abhors vacancy. Vacancies were filled instantly by ambitious subordinates. But these new leaders did not inherit unity. They inherited procedural chaos. Every leadership transition created cascading problems. Revenue collection reset. Alliances questioned. Enforcement standards shifted. Communities experienced abrupt changes in authority without explanation. In some regions, violence spiked again, not as dominance as competition among successors. In other regions, enforcement softened dangerously. Commanders chose invisibility over control. Both patterns weakened the psychological architecture of fear. Outside, the state adjusted its posture again. No longer cautious, now methodically assertive, not rushing, not retreating, only advancing when coverage was sufficient. Each arrest encouraged another betrayal. Each betrayal revealed new layers. The process fed itself slowly but relentlessly. Inside interviews, informants were no longer anonymous. They were connected. Point one testimony validating another. Point one diagram confirming the next. The empire's hidden logic was being reconstructed as a coherent system from the inside out. This reconstruction transformed how prosecution unfolded. Charges were no longer isolated. They became interconnected frameworks of conspiracy. Whole regions could be mapped under single coordinated cases. For Los Zetas, this was the nightmare they had always prevented rivals from reaching. They were being defined as a single organization under law, not as scattered violence, not as anonymous terror. As a prosecutable entity. This was existential. Fear survives fragmentation. Institutions do not. Institutions collapse when their structure is recognized and named. Inside the organization, senior figures realized something devastating. Even if they eliminated every informant they suspected, the shape of the empire was already in the hands of those hunting it. The damage was no longer reversible through force. Some leaders still believed terror could reassert silence. But terror now produced the opposite effect. It confirmed guilt. It accelerated cooperation. It made neutrality impossible. Again, the empire entered its most unstable emotional phase. Not united fear, not unified ambition, but collective anticipation of loss. People began acting as if the end were approaching, even though no catastrophic collapse had yet occurred. This is how systems begin to dissolve before they visibly fall. They lose belief from the inside first. By the end of this stage, Los Zetas had not been destroyed, but their leadership layer had been irreversibly compromised, some captured, some hiding, some repositioning, some quietly betraying without yet being discovered. The shadow still covered vast territory, but the light inside it was growing stronger, and it could no longer be extinguished through force alone. When the shadow entered the courtroom for years, Los Zetas had ruled through a single certainty. Fear could not be argued with. Fear could not be cross-examined. Fear left no paper trail. But courtrooms do not answer to fear the way streets do. They answer to records. The first major trials did not feel like endings. They felt like translations. The logic of terror was being converted into legal language. Routes became timelines. Executions became counts. Intimidation became enterprise. What had once lived only in rumor now existed as indexed evidence. Inside those rooms, the empire's greatest vulnerability was revealed. It was never a lack of violence. It was memory. Memory kept by men who once believed silence was eternal. Men who now understood that silence only protects until it stops promising survival. The most devastating testimonies were not emotional. They were quiet, precise, devoid of drama. A man describing how money moved, another explaining who approved executions, another outlining the communication hierarchy that no outsider had ever fully mapped. Each voice removed another layer of invisibility. Inside the organization, this stage arrived with a strange numbness. Not rage, not shock, recognition. Recognition that the empire was now being dismantled in a world where violence had no jurisdiction. Executions began to feel meaningless against subpoenas. Intimidation felt small against sealed warrants. Threats evaporated against men already hidden inside witness protection. Some leaders still attempted retaliation. They hunted suspected informants. They punished perceived collaborators. But retaliation now produced diminishing returns. The people who truly mattered were already unreachable, already extracted, already speaking. Worse still, retaliation validated the testimonies. Every act of revenge confirmed the structure the informants described. Inside prison systems, new dynamics emerged. Former rivals found themselves housed near one another. Men who once ruled entire cities now lived 3 doors apart under fluorescent lighting. Power became memory. Memory became reputation. Reputation no longer moved anything. This was the final inversion of authority: command without command, fear without consequence. Outside the walls, the state continued building its cases. Not quickly, carefully. Each conviction supported the next. Each plea agreement fed 3 more investigations. The momentum did not roar. It accumulated. Communities beneath the shadow began sensing permanence in a new direction, not sudden safety, but structural change. The feeling that something that had once felt eternal was now steadily eroding. Some areas saw new gangs attempt to rise. Others experienced uneasy quiet, but nowhere did the old fear return in its original form. The mythology no longer held. Inside what remained of Los Zetas, identity finally fractured completely. There was no longer a shared belief in the future of the structure itself, only scattered belief in individual survival. You cannot rebuild an empire from that posture. Those still free grew quieter, smaller, cautious not just of enemies, but of history itself. Every action carried the risk of adding one more page to the record. By the end of this phase, the empire had not fallen in a single night. It had been disassembled through speech, through testimony, through evidence, through time. Fear had built it, but memory destroyed it. Not with explosions, not through conquest. Through men who once enforced silence, now choosing to explain instead of erase. This is how the most heavily fortified empires truly end. Not when the guns fall silent, but when the stories become permanent. Chapter 12. Collapse, Capture, and Aftermath. When the empire began to fold inward, collapse does not arrive like an explosion. It arrives like gravity finally reclaiming what had been stretched too far. For Los Zetas, the collapse did not begin with a final battle. It began with something far quieter, running out of places to hide. By this stage, the organization no longer moved like a unified force. It moved like scattered fragments of a former whole, small cells. Independent operators, former commanders operating without permission. What had once been a seamless machine had become a collection of disconnected instincts. The state no longer chased the empire as a singular powered, IT-hunted pieces of history. One name at a time. One warrant at a time. One extradition request at a time. Inside remaining Zeta-controlled zones, things felt different. Fear was still present, but it no longer felt unquestionable. It felt tired, like an old rule still spoken, but no longer fully believed. Loyalty now functioned only at the smallest levels: family, closest crew, immediate survival. Beyond that, everyone assumed betrayal was not just possible. It was expected. The first major wave of final captures unfolded almost silently. Men who had once ruled vast corridors were stopped at routine checkpoints, taken from safe houses, intercepted while attempting to cross into safer territory. Not dramatic arrests, administrative erasures. Every capture sent the same message to those still free: you are not being hunted loudly. You are being waited out. Inside the shrinking leadership circle, decision-making collapsed into paranoia. One trusted communications. One trusted intermediaries. One trusted meetings. Meetings invite memory. Memory invites testimony. Some leaders fled into obscurity, not to new empires. Anonymity. They abandoned influence for invisibility. For men once worshipped through fear, invisibility became the final refuge. Others attempted to rebuild. They tried restoring discipline, re-establishing fear, creating new chains of command, but their efforts failed for one simple reason: fear no longer felt infinite. Communities felt the shift the moment enforcement slowed. Not relief, uncertainty. Who rules now? What rules apply now? Which boundaries still exist? Which ones vanished with the leaders? Into this uncertainty stepped smaller gangs, local groups, independent operators. None with the reach of Los Zetas, but many with enough ambition to fill the silence with chaos. This created one final contradiction. The collapse of the empire did not immediately restore order. It replaced structured terror with fragmented violence. At the institutional level, the Mexican government shifted from disruption to absorption. Territories were not just cleared, they were administratively reclaimed, police reassigned, military units rotated, Financial controls hardened. The goal was no longer to weaken Los Zetas. That stage was complete. The goal was to ensure nothing like them could ever use the same exact architecture again. Former Zeta strongholds became laboratories of recovery and tension. Some stabilized, some fractured into micro-conflicts. Some remained frozen in fear long after the organization had vanished from visible control. Inside prisons, former leaders continued to fall, not through violence, through sentences that extended beyond memory of freedom. Life terms replaced reputation. The myth of future return died inside concrete walls. For the men who once ruled through inevitability, this was the final transformation from untouchable power to named defendants. Outside, their story continued differently, no longer whispered, now documented, analyzed, filed. Their legacy was no longer feared. It was evidenced by the end of this phase. What remained of Los Zetas was no longer an empire. It was a scattered echo, a cautionary structure studied by governments, a warning remembered by communities, a shadow that no longer moved as one body. The collapse had not ended violence, but it had ended certainty, and in places once ruled purely by certainty through fear, that alone changed everything. As the shadow of the empire thinned, the final phase did not arrive with a single defining moment. It unfolded through quiet removals, not spectacular raids, not public manhunts, just one disappearance after another. By this stage, Los Zetas no longer functioned as a unified force. What remained were individual fugitives carrying the memory of a fallen system. Men who once issued orders now lived by avoidance. The final leader captures shared the same pattern. Surveillance stretched for months, safe. Houses mapped, financial trails observed quietly, families relocated under protection. Then, one controlled moment, a door opened, a man stepped outside, and the past ended in handcuffs. These arrests no longer shocked the criminal world. They confirmed what everyone already feared. There was no final stand coming. There would be no heroic last chapter, only a sequence of administrative endings. Inside the shrinking network of survivors, fear transformed again, not into panic, into resignation. Men stopped planning expansion. They stopped planning retaliation. They planned legal defense. Some attempted to bargain, offering fragments of information that had already been duplicated through other testimonies. Others remained silent, clinging to codes of loyalty that no longer protected anything but pride. Pride became the last currency of the defeated. Across former strongholds, communities entered an uneasy transitional era. Libraries reopened where silence once ruled. Markets stayed open later into the evening, but celebration never truly arrived. When fear rules for too long, even its absence feels dangerous. People waited for a resurgence that never came. They waited for familiar terror to reassert itself. Instead, they experienced something far more unsettling: uncertainty without structure. Power vacuums do not feel like freedom. They feel like weather without forecast. Every new group that emerged claimed dominance. Most vanished within months. None possessed the reach, discipline, or coherence that once defined the empire. For the state, this was both success and burden. Removing the empire had not removed violence. It had relocalized it. Now the threat was smaller, but more fragmented, harder to predict. Former Zeta territories became fragmentation zones. Local gangs rose and fell rapidly. Without the oppressive central order, disorder attempted to replace it. But disorder never lasts in stable form. It constantly reshapes. Inside prisons, former commanders now lived among rivals they once hunted. The old hierarchy meant nothing behind locked doors. Time became the new absolute authority. Some adapted. They became invisible again. Prison life flattened identity. Others could not endure the silence. They attempted to reassert dominance. Those attempts were meaningless. The era of rule was over. In courtrooms, the historical narrative of Los Zetas reached its final form. Not as legend. As transcripts, as timelines, as confirmed structures of terror and revenue. The empire's story became static, fixed in records, unable to evolve. This marked something critical. The organization no longer lived in motion. It lived only in memory and documentation. You could no longer join it. You could only study it. For younger generations in former Zeta regions, The name no longer represented authority. It represented a warning from the past. Parents spoke of that era the way survivors speak of storms. Something that happened, something that changed everything, something you never want again. And yet, former patterns of fear remained engraved in daily life. People still measured words, still scanned streets, still distrusted silence. Psychological domination outlives physical empires. This was the true aftermath, not the fall of leaders, not the seizure of assets, but the long shadow left inside human behavior. By the end of this phase, the organization had fully ceased to exist as a living structure. What remained were names and cells, communities in transition, memories conditioned by years of fear. The empire had not just collapsed, it had dissolved into history. Long after the final arrests were made, long after the last leaders disappeared into prison corridors, something remained. Not the organization, not the structure, not the fear as it once existed. What remained was habit. For years, life under Los Zetas had trained people in a specific way to exist. Lower your voice. Avoid attention. Do not ask questions that reach too far. Or do not trust silence or noise too easily. These rules did not vanish when the empire fell. They lingered in behavior. In posture. In instinct. Communities that had once been governed through terror did not suddenly feel free. They felt unprogrammed without instructions. People had learned how to survive, but they had not learned what survival looked like without fear shaping every decision. Children who had grown up under the shadow entered adulthood with a fractured sense of normal. They knew routine. They knew caution. They understood how to avoid danger. But many had never learned what safety truly felt like. This is the longest echo of any empire built on fear. The fear outlives the empire. In former strongholds, the landscape of power reshaped slowly. Some towns stabilized under renewed institutions. Others drifted through cycles of smaller groups rising and falling. But none recreated the same complete psychological grip that Los Zetas once held. Their model had been too extreme, too unsustainable, too exposed in its final years. In prisons, the final hierarchy vanished completely. Former kings became ordinary inmates. Their stories still circulated in whispers, but their commands no longer moved anything. Time stripped their power day by day. Outside, investigators closed case after case, not with celebration, with paperwork, with sentences measured in decades, with records sealed for future study. Los Zetas transitioned fully from living threat to historical structure. Over time, the name itself changed meaning. Once it represented terror. Later it represented power. Now it represented collapse. A reminder that even the most violent systems built on fear alone eventually fracture under their own weight. The public narrative shifted from shock to analysis. Not, how could this happen? But how did it function for so long? Universities studied it. Law enforcement redesigned strategies around it. Governments treated it as a reference model of what absolute brutality becomes when it scales too far. For survivors within communities, the legacy was not academic. It was personal. They remembered who vanished, who never returned, which streets turned silent, which doors were never opened again. Many never spoke of it publicly, because fear had trained them not to. Even when the empire ended, the discipline of silence remained. This is how domination truly scars a population, not through what it does, but through what it teaches people to expect from the world. Years later, some communities still behaved as if unseen rules governed them. They closed early. They avoided gathering at night. They passed strangers without eye contact, not because someone ordered them to, because memory had never been retrained. The final truth of Los Zetas is not found in headlines or trials. It is found in the spaces where people still hesitate, where they still calculate risk even in peace. That is the deepest victory fear ever achieves. Yet over time, something else also appeared. Children who had never known the empire grew up without its shadow shaping every instinct. Slowly, routines changed. New habits formed. New ideas returned. Silence began to feel less necessary. This is how recovery truly happens. Not in announcements, not in policies, but in the gradual retraining of ordinary life. Los Zetas did not vanish in one moment, but their meaning dissolved gradually. From terror to threat to memory. What remains now is history, not myth. not legend, a documented reminder that absolute fear creates absolute instability, and instability always consumes the structures that create it. The empire that once ruled through invisibility ended not with a final battle, but with a slow, quiet exhaustion of its own methods. And this is how the most feared organizations finally disappear, not when the guns fall silent, but when the world learns how to live without waiting for those guns to speak again. Chapter 13. The Victims and the Unseen Toll. When the numbers could no longer tell the story. Long after Los Zetas disappeared as a functioning empire, the damage they left behind remained everywhere. Not in headlines, not in court records, not in statistics, but in people who learned how to live around absence. The true toll of the empire was never fully measurable, not in arrests, not in fatalities, not in territory that it lived in the spaces left behind by those who never returned. For families, loss did not arrive cleanly. There were no official confirmations, no explanations, no goodbyes. There was only silence that stretched across years, that a son who left one night and never came back, that a father who vanished between work and home, that a sister who stopped answering her phone and was never found again. In these homes, time did not move forward normally. It stalled. People learned to live in long pauses instead of endings. Children grew up watching their parents wait. They learned that hope could become a permanent condition. Not expectation, just waiting without conclusion. Some families never filed reports, not because they didn't care, but because they understood what filing meant. That it meant attention, and attention had once been deadly. This is how fear extends beyond direct violence. It teaches people to erase their own suffering quietly. In communities once ruled by Los Zetas, grief became collective and private at the same time. Everyone had lost someone. Few spoke about it. The trauma did not belong to one household. It belonged to the entire street. There were weddings celebrated beside empty chairs, birthdays remembered with missing names. Entire generations learned how to pretend that absence was normal. For many survivors, the most painful part was not the loss itself. It was the lack of narrative, no story of what happened, no way to know when to stop asking, no place to put the pain. Some believed their loved ones were still alive. Some believed the opposite, but could not accept it. Most lived caught between both worlds. The empire had ruled not only through fear of death, but through the slow torture of uncertainty. The victims were not only those who disappeared. They were those who stayed behind, the mothers who waited, the children who aged without fathers, the families who never completed their sentences of grief. Unlike the leaders, the victims never had names in transcripts. They were never introduced as evidence. Their stories were rarely counted. Communities adapted to loss the way they adapted to fear. Quietly, routinely, pain became another household rhythm. Some survivors left. They moved across regions, across borders, across languages, trying to outrun memory. But memory travels without passports. Others stayed, because everything they loved was buried in that ground. Because leaving felt like another disappearance. This time chosen, the state documented cases. But documentation cannot recover conversations that never had endings. It cannot restore photographs that were thrown away during hurried evacuations. It cannot recover childhoods interrupted by terror. And yet, life continued. Markets reopened. Children went back to school. Laughter returned in short, cautious bursts. Recovery never looked like celebration. It looked like learning how to exist beside the damage without being swallowed by it. There were communities where generations grew up knowing only the shadow. They did not recover. They transformed away from it slowly, one routine at a time. The unseen toll of Los Zetas is not measured in how many failed. It is measured in how many still carry the echo of what never returned. Even years later, some people still pause before answering unfamiliar knocks, still lower their voices without thinking, still scan streets instinctively. The empire taught them these reflexes. The fall did not erase them. This is the hidden legacy of fear-based power. It reshapes the nervous systems of entire regions, not just their governments. The victims did not vanish when the empire ended. They remained, living inside reshaped expectations, learning slowly that silence was no longer required, but often not believing it fully. The final cruelty of Los Zetas was not only what they took. It was how long the world continued to feel dangerous even after they were gone. And yet, over time, something fragile also grew. Not confidence, not pride, but permission to breathe without listening for footsteps. This is how survival finally begins, not with revenge, not with justice, but with the smallest moments where fear loosens its grip. There are wounds that bleed loudly, and there are wounds that settle so deep into daily life that they begin to feel normal. For the children who grew up under the shadow of Los Zetas, fear was not a moment. It was an environment. They did not learn fear from a single traumatic event. They learned it the way people learn language, through repetition, through tone, through what adults refused to explain. A door that always stayed locked. A street that was never used after sunset. A neighbor whose name was never spoken again. These were their lesson plans. Parents tried to protect their children by teaching caution, but caution, repeated long enough, becomes identity. Children learned when to be silent, learned when to look away, learned which questions should never be asked. Even after the empire collapsed, many of those lessons remained intact, not because danger still ruled, but because danger had once been absolute. Psychologists who later studied these regions noticed a strange pattern. Fear had not produced constant panic. It had produced hypervigilance disguised as normal behavior. People scanned rooms automatically. They watched hands. They noticed exits, not nervously, naturally. This is what long-term terror does. It does not leave people shaking. It turns alertness into default posture. In schools, teachers noticed children who struggled with loud sounds, with sudden movement, with authority figures who raised their voices, not because violence followed, but because their nervous systems remembered a time when it once had. Some children became withdrawn, others aggressive. Both were survival strategies learned unconsciously. Many never connected their anxiety to the past. They only knew they felt restless, uneasy, over-alert. Fear passed silently from parent to child without ever being discussed openly. This inheritance of fear shaped relationships. People hesitated to trust, hesitated to plan far ahead, hesitated to imagine futures outside survival. Love, in these environments, often arrived wrapped in protection rather than vulnerability. Care expressed itself through restriction. Don't go there. Don't stay out late. Don't be noticed. Love became a set of warnings. Even when the danger vanished, the warnings did not, because the parents who gave them had survived only because they obeyed them once. The empire no longer existed, but its operating instructions lived inside families. Many survivors struggled with guilt. Guilt for surviving when neighbors vanished. Guilt for staying silent. Guilt for teaching fear to their children even when the threat was gone. Some tried to overcorrect. They encouraged boldness, freedom, expression, but fear does not always respond to permission. Sometimes it requires time. In former Zeta territories, generations grew up with two identities: the person they were in public and the person they were in their mind when they felt watched. That second identity took years to fade. For those who left and built new lives elsewhere, the inheritance followed. Differently, they flinched at unfamiliar noises. They distrusted authority. They scanned unfamiliar streets at night, even in peaceful cities. Their bodies remembered what their minds tried to forget. This is how terror outlives geography. It becomes internal, portable, unavoidable. The deepest tragedy is not only those who disappeared. It is also those who lived and were shaped permanently by the threat of disappearance. Healing did not arrive dramatically. There was no moment when fear vanished. It diluted. Slowly, across years, through routines that stayed safe long enough to convince the nervous system. Some never healed. Some lived their entire lives prepared for danger that never returned. They survived the empire, but not the lessons it had burned into their instincts. This is the unseen toll that no trial can sentence, no document can calculate, no headline can summarize. The children of fear grow into adults who still listen for danger, even in silence. Long after Los Zetas disappeared from daily control, something else began to surface slowly. Not revenge, not justice in the dramatic sense. Memory. For years, memory had been dangerous. Remember meant to risk speaking. Speak meant to risk being seen. Silence had been the safest language. But once the shadow finally loosened its grip, silence no longer needed to be absolute. People still feared memory. But now they also feared losing it forever. In small homes and quiet kitchens, stories started to return, not all at once, not loudly.in fragments that a mother finally telling a daughter what happened to her brother, that a grandfather explaining why he never walked a certain street again, that a neighbor sharing the name of someone everyone pretended never existed. These were not heroic stories. They were unfinished stories, stories without closure, stories told not to inspire, but to finally be released from hiding.at first. The words felt foreign. People paused mid-sentence. They hesitated at names. They checked the room instinctively before finishing a thought. Fear had trained them to interrupt their own truth, but repetition softened that training. Each retelling weakened the command of silence. Communities began holding small memorials, not grand public ceremonies, private gatherings, candles placed on doorsteps, names written on paper and read aloud once, sometimes for the first time in decades. These acts were not protests. They were permission to acknowledge what had been erased, permission to grieve openly. Schools adjusted as well. History teachers began addressing the years that had once been avoided, not in graphic detail, but in honest language. Students learned that what their parents had lived through was not just rumor.it was real. For many young people, this was disorienting. They had grown up sensing tension but never understanding its source. Now they were discovering that fear had a name and a timeline. Some reacted with anger, others with disbelief, some with quiet understanding. But all of them began the slow process of connecting their inherited unease to a specific past. For elders, this was both relief and exhaustion. Relief that the truth could finally be acknowledged, exhaustion from carrying it for so long in silence. The weight of memory does not lift all at once. That it moves in small redistributions, that a little less pressure on each shared story, that a little more breathing room in each conversation. Still, not everyone chose to remember publicly. Some survivors preferred to leave the past untouched, not because they forgave, but because reopening it felt like reopening the door to fear. Both responses were acts of survival. The unseen toll of Los Zetas thus lived in contradiction. Some people healed by speaking. Others healed by refusing to return. There was no single path out of trauma. Years later, visitors to former strongholds often sensed something they could not fully name, that a quiet heaviness beneath ordinary routines, that a kind of politeness shaped by restraint, that a way of watching strangers that felt learned. This was not paranoia.it was historical memory still mapped onto daily behavior. Yet alongside that memory, new rhythms began to grow stronger. Festivals returned. Public music filled streets that had once been silent. Children played later into the evening than their parents ever dared. These moments were not rebellion. They were evidence of gradual reclaiming. The empire had taken territory, but it had also taken emotional space. Now, that space was being slowly reoccupied by ordinary life. What remained most fragile was not security.it was trust and permanency. After living through a period where any structure could disappear overnight, people struggled to believe stability would last. But slowly, routines proved durable. Weeks became months. Months became years. Years taught new lessons. The true end of Los Zetas did not come with the last arrest. That it came when a generation grew old enough to live without learning fear first. This is how history truly changes. Not when empires fall, but when children grow up without inheriting the reflexes those empires once carved into their parents. The unseen toll will never vanish completely, but it no longer defines every movement, it no longer shapes every decision, it no longer controls every breath. What remains is memory, and memory, when it is no longer controlled by terror, becomes testimony rather than threat. The victims are not only those who were lost, they are also those who survived long enough to rebuild their relationship with the world. And this, more than any courtroom victory or institutional reform, is the quiet conclusion to the empire's reach. As the stories of Los Zetas spread beyond the regions they once controlled, something quiet and irreversible began to happen. Distance softened detail, and softened detail invited imagination. For those who lived far from the violence, the empire did not feel like a system of fear. That it felt like a narrative, a dark chapter, something to be explored safely from behind a screen. In this retelling, the slow suffocation of daily life was often replaced with urgency. Long silences became quick confrontations. Years of invisible pressure became a few dramatic scenes. The terror that once unfolded without spectacle was now framed through action. This was not done with malice, that it was done by the nature of storytelling itself. Stories demand momentum, but fear, when it governs entire regions, does not move quickly. It settles, it waits, it repeats. The problem was not that the story was told, it was how the story had to be reshaped in order to be told at all. In reports and documentaries, analysts debated leadership strategies, power dynamics, territorial disputes, political intersections. These discussions were insightful, but they were also abstract. They focused on the machinery, not the lived experience of being trapped inside it. For survivors, this abstraction created emotional dissonance. They watched commentators discuss the empire with the calm curiosity reserved for strategy games. Maps lit up. Arrows moved. Borders shifted. The commentary felt distant, clinical, clean, but their memories were not clean. They were cluttered with hesitation, with streets that felt too wide at night, with the sound of engines that traveled differently after dark, with voices that lowered instinctively. As media continued to analyze, something else began to emerge. A strange fascination among people who had never lived under the shadow. Not admiration, but intrigue. The organization became a case study, then a topic, then a genre. Online discussions debated who had been the most brutal commander, which enforcement style had been the most effective, which capture marked the true turning point. These debates unfolded without any physical threat attached to them. That detachment was the privilege of distance. For survivors, the detachment felt unreal because they did not experience the empire as chapters. They experienced it as an unbroken present that lasted for years. Another shift occurred quietly. The language around the organization began to change, not the facts, the tone. Where once the name carried immediate dread, it began carrying explanation, context, historic framing. The empire was slowly being placed inside the past, and the past always feels safer than the present. This transition mattered deeply, because once something becomes history, it becomes discussable without urgency. Fear loses its ability to command instinctive reaction. It becomes reflective rather than directive. For many survivors, this was a relief. For others, it felt like erasure, not of what happened, but of how it felt. The media did not intend to erase fear, but fear is difficult to transmit through words. Once the threat no longer exists, it loses texture. It becomes flattered. The same time, some narratives exaggerated elements of brutality, not to inform, but to captivate. Shocking images, graphic retellings, extreme language. These versions created distance too, not through calm, through overload. Survivors found themselves caught between two distortions. Point one that made the empire feel too clean, another that made it feel unreal. Through excess, neither perfectly matched lived memory. The most dangerous transformation, however, occurred when portions of the audience began confusing violence with power, not consciously, subtly, through repetition, through exposure without consequence. The organization's former dominance began to look less like terror and more like a dark form of control celebrated for efficiency. This interpretation unsettled those who had felt the direct weight of that efficiency. Efficiency meant predictability of harm, not order. Once myth begins to reshape memory, it becomes difficult to reverse. Stories begin influencing how future generations interpret suffering they never witnessed. Some communities responded by sharing their own testimonies. Not dramatic, not cinematic, quiet interviews, local archives, small memorial projects. These efforts were not meant to compete with mass media. They were meant to re-anchor memory in lived reality. Slowly, parallel versions of the past emerged: the public version, the local version, the institutional version, the survivor version. All were true. None were complete alone. This is the final danger of myth. It does not replace the truth. It multiplies partial truths until the original experience becomes difficult to locate. Los Zetas no longer existed as a unified force, but they now existed as a shaping presence inside narrative space, inside language, inside culture, inside interpretation. The empire that once ruled physical space had now migrated into symbolic space, where it could no longer kill, but could still influence. Chapter 14: The Myth, the Media, and the Afterimage. When silence was replaced by story for most of its existence, Los Zetas lived without a face, no press conferences, no public leaders, no mythology crafted for admiration. Only fear. But once the empire began to collapse, something strange happened. As silence receded, story rushed in to replace it. Media outlets that had once avoided naming the organization now began dissecting it. Documentaries appeared, books followed, interviews surfaced. What had once been unspeakable was now being narrated. The shadow that once survived through invisibility was suddenly under an intense new light, not as power.as content. For the first time, people outside the affected regions began to learn the name as a concept, not as a threat, not as a presence, but as a subject of fascination. This shift unsettled many survivors. For them, Los Zetas was not a story.it was an environment.it was not something to be watched.it was something they had breathed. Yet across the wider world, the narrative began to transform. Fear became intrigue, terror became analysis, suffering became background context. The organization began to acquire a strange afterimage, not just as a criminal network, but as a symbol of brutality, of collapse, of uncontrolled violence. And symbols, once formed, no longer belonged to those who lived beneath them. News programs framed the rise and fall as a sequence of power moves. Who overtook whom? Which leader betrayed which rival? Which capture marked the turning point? These stories followed the logic of conflict, not the logic of daily survival. The danger of myth is not exaggeration.it, is simplification.in. Myths. There is always a beginning, a rise, a climax, and a fall. But for communities that lived through it, there was no clean structure. There was only endless adaptation. Social media accelerated the transformation. Images circulated. Maps of territories appeared. Timelines compressed years into minutes. What once took a lifetime to endure could now be consumed in a single sitting. The empire became accessible. And once something becomes accessible, it begins to lose its weight. Some younger viewers spoke about Los Zetas with fascination rather than fear. They viewed it as a dark chapter in history, not as a lived environment. This generational distance reshaped perception for survivors. This created a quiet tension.toc, the thing that controlled your life reduced to a thumbnail and a title. Toc terror summarized with background music.to feel. Your memories edited into scenes. Some welcomed the exposure. They believed the truth should be known. Others felt something sacred had been taken. Not sacred in admiration, but sacred in suffering. The myth grew through repetition. The more the name was spoken, the more it detached from the original reality.it became an abstract villain rather than a specific system that once governed daily life. In films and television, the story shifted again. Characters inspired by the organization appeared. Violence became stylized. Dialogue sharpened. Fear became cinematic. What had once been slow, suffocating domination was converted into fast-paced action. Entertainment replaced atmosphere. This did not erase the truth, but it did reframe how the truth was felt by those who never lived it. Meanwhile, journalists continued to publish investigations, some deeply researched, some hurried, some careful, some driven by shock value. The information environment became crowded, and in crowded environments, nuance is often the first casualty. Los Zetas, the organization, was gone. But Los Zetas, the idea, was now expanding in unexpected directions, across screens, across cultures, across imaginations that had never felt the weight of its real presence. This created a strange final transformation. The empire that once ruled through fear alone now existed simultaneously as fear in memory, story in media, symbol in public imagination. These three versions did not always align. For those who had lived beneath the shadow, the media version felt incomplete, too neat, too structured, too dramatic. The real experience had not followed arcs that IT had followed routines shaped by dread. Yet for the wider world, the myth became the most recognizable form. Not the quiet absence, not the unseen toll, but the dramatic rise and violent reputation. This is how history often shifts, from lived reality to narrated memory, to simplified legend. The afterimage of Los Zetas now traveled farther than the organization ever had, not through territory, but through stories. And once something becomes story, it can no longer be controlled by those who lived it. Over time, the story of Los Zetas settled into a strange new form, not as a living threat, not even as a recent danger, but as an echo. An echo does not shout. It drifts. It appears in unexpected places. In conversation. In comparisons. In warnings. People no longer said, "They are here." They said, "This could become like that." This is how the Empire's final power transformed. It no longer ruled territory. It ruled reference points. Every new criminal group was measured against the old shadow. Every rise in violence triggered the same question: is this another Los Zetas? And in that question, the myth solidified, not as a specific organization, but as a standard of terror used to measure future threats. For journalists, the name became shorthand. A way to signal brutality without explaining history. For politicians, it became a warning label. For educators, a case study. For survivors, a memory they could not escape. The afterimage settled into language, and once something enters language, it begins shaping thought. Yet language is selective. It highlights some details. It hides others. Over time, the quiet terror of routine was replaced by the loud terror of events. The daily unease faded from public memory. The spectacular moments remained. This is how the lived experience of fear slowly lost ground to the dramatized version of fear. In films and series, the story tightened into heroes and villains, clear conflicts, clear climaxes, clear endings. But the real Empire had never provided clean endings, only prolonged uncertainty. Survivors often watched these portrayals with mixed emotion, recognition in certain details, alienation in the tone. The pace felt wrong. The fear felt wrong. Too fast, too explosive, too visible. Their fear had been heavy because it was quiet, not because it was loud. Over years, as the generation that directly lived through the worst years aged, something else happened. Memory began shifting from experience to inheritance. Children heard stories they did not fully understand. Grandchildren heard names stripped of immediacy. The Empire slipped further into the past. This generational distance softened the emotional charge, not because the pain was gone, but because pain carried through memory slowly changes form. It becomes history, then story, then context, and in that transition, the Empire lost its last direct grip on the present. What remained visible was not domination. It was warning. A reminder of what happens when fear becomes the primary language of power. In some regions, murals appeared honoring the missing. Not the cartel, the ones who vanished, the ones who never returned. This was the last reversal of the myth, turning attention away from the perpetrators and back to the people. In schools, teachers spoke of the era not with fear, but with caution, explaining how systems of terror arise and how they are sustained not only by violence, but by silence. This was perhaps the deepest transformation of all, the shift from fear that paralyzes to memory that instructs. Los Zetas had once taught people how to survive. Now their history taught people how not to repeat the conditions that allowed such power to grow. The Empire's final afterimage did not live in fear anymore. It lived in comparison. In prevention. In early warning. In collective awareness. That is how the most violent systems ultimately lose their hold. Not when their last leader falls, but when their story becomes a lesson rather than a threat. The echo does not vanish, but it changes purpose. What remains now is not the organization, not its commanders, not its territory. What remains is the question every generation must answer again. How much silence are we willing to live inside before fear becomes a system once more? Chapter 15: The Final Legacy. When fear was replaced by lessons, every empire leaves something behind. Not always ruins, not always memorials, sometimes only adjustments in how the world moves forward. For Los Zetas, the final legacy was not confined to prison sentences or seized territory. It settled into law, into policy, into how power now watches the shadows. When the empire collapsed, governments did not celebrate openly. They studied, because what had risen so quickly could rise again under similar conditions. The question was no longer how to defeat one organization. The question became, how do you prevent a system like this from forming again at all? Institutions began rewriting the rules of pursuit, not chasing leaders alone, not fighting violence alone, tracking networks, flows, and models of control. Law enforcement shifted focus from personality to structure, not who commands, but how command is sustained. Not where violence occurs, but how money enables it. Invisibly point one of the deepest changes occurred in financial monitoring, where once cash moved freely through layered fronts. Now every transaction became a potential signal. Banks hardened their reporting. Trade routes were mapped differently. Patterns replaced appearances. This was one of the empire's unintended outcomes that IT forced the world to learn that violent power cannot survive without economic architecture, and economic architecture can be traced. Corruption controls also changed, not eradicated, not solved, but pressurized, public. Tolerance for silent collusion thinned. Exposure became harder to bury with excuses. Officials could no longer pretend ignorance as easily. Military doctrines altered too. Instead of treating cartels as disorganized criminals, they were now treated as parallel systems of power, systems that could rival state authority if left unchallenged early enough. This shift changed how early warning signs were interpreted. Territory expansion, behavioral dominance, intimidation routines, economic entanglement, all now triggered responses far earlier than before. The legacy filtered into education, not as legend, as caution. Criminal justice programs studied the Zetas not to glorify, but to understand how rapid militarization of crime reshapes entire societies. Journalism evolved too. Reporters no longer focused only on death counts. They tracked displacement, behavioral suppression, economic distortion. Fear as an invisible force. This was perhaps the most important lesson Los Zetas left behind, that terror does not only kill. It reprograms. Communities once ruled by fear were not just liberated. They were reintroduced slowly into a world that had learned to anticipate silent violence. The world that followed the empire was not purely safer, but it was more aware of how absolute cruelty can scale if ignored early. The warning now lives in systems rather than rumors, databases rather than whispers, indicators rather than superstition. Still, legacy is never purely institutional. It is also human. Survivors carried the memory forward, not to keep fear alive, but to ensure the conditions that allowed that fear to thrive were remembered. The final legacy of Los Zetas was not dominance. It was demonstration. A demonstration of what happens when discipline meets brutality, when fear becomes governance, when silence becomes infrastructure. They showed the world not only what evil looks like, but how efficiently it can organize if left unchallenged. And that knowledge, once learned, cannot be unlearned. After the fall of Los Zetas, there was no loud announcement that a new era had begun. No single law passed that suddenly made the world safer. No ceremony that closed the chapter. Instead, something far quieter happened. The world adjusted itself to in regions once controlled by fear. Daily life resumed cautiously, not with celebration. With testing, people tested curfews without realizing it. They tested trust. They tested how late they could stay outside before memory pulled them back indoors. First, the streets still emptied early. Even without orders, even without threats, fear had once been enforced. Now it was simply remembered. But memory is not permanent when it is no longer reinforced. Children stayed out a little longer. Neighbors gathered again. Music returned gradually, not loudly, tentatively. These were not signs of victory. They were signs of recalibration at the institutional level. Governments adopted new forms of quiet defense. They did not just prepare for violence. They prepared for conditions that allow silent domination to grow. Indicators were created: economic distortion, behavioral suppression, displacement patterns, communication silencing. Fear was now studied like weather, not as random disaster, as a measurable system. The lesson was clear. Organizations like Los Zetas do not appear suddenly. They assemble themselves slowly in environments where attention has drifted elsewhere. Financial oversight expanded in border regions. Transport industries faced tighter monitoring. Fuel movement became traceable. Human trafficking patterns received new scrutiny. These were not dramatic reforms. They were incremental reinforcements. Layers added quietly to the community level. New forms of organization emerged. Neighborhood groups not built around vigilance, but around connection. Sports leagues, cultural gatherings, education programs. These were not law enforcement tools. They were social insulation. Because the deeper lesson had surfaced. Fear grows where isolation grows, and isolation grows fastest where communities stop gathering. The legacy also reshaped how survivors understood authority. They no longer trusted that power always appeared with uniforms. They understood that power could arrive quietly, with money, with favors, with protection. This awareness changed politics subtly. Local officials faced sharper questions. Promises were met with skepticism. Silence no longer felt like neutrality. For the first time in years, fear was not the only force shaping behavior. Suspicion of silence replaced obedience to it. Even criminal groups that rose after Los Zetas operated differently. They avoided total domination. They avoided complete exposure. They avoided attempting to govern behavior at scale because Los Zetas had proven something final, that fear can rule, but when it rules too completely, it attracts attention that does not blink. The new criminal strategies were smaller, more fragmented, less visible. The shadow world shrank not because crime ended, but because domination at that scale had become too costly to sustain. This was another hidden legacy. The empire did not just fall. It convinced future criminals that absolute control was no longer survivable. At the psychological level, survivors continued to change. Some reclaimed aspects of themselves that fear had erased. They spoke louder. They questioned more. They trusted slowly. Others never fully returned to who they had been. They remained cautious, private, always prepared to disappear if needed. Both responses were legacies. Point 1 shaped by recovery. Point 1 shaped by protection. In schools, children learned that silence was once survival. But they also learned that silence could become danger when it hides the wrong things. In families, elders began warning not only about violence, but about how fear works when it becomes routine, how it convinces people that nothing can change, how it teaches endurance instead of resistance. The world after Los Zetas did not become fearless. It became more literate in fear. It learned how fear hides, how it spreads, how it embeds itself quietly into normal life. This literacy may be the most powerful inheritance of all, because what can be recognized early does not have time to become absolute. Long after the last leader was taken away, long after the final stronghold fell silent, long after the name Los Zetas stopped appearing in daily fear-driven whispers, something deeper continued its slow work. Resolution. Not resolution in the form of celebration. Not resolution in the form of justice that feels complete, but resolution in the only way history ever truly allows it, through distance. In time, the sound of engines at night stopped triggering panic. In time, unfamiliar footsteps no longer carried the same weight. In time, children learned new rules that were not written in fear. This is how terror truly ends, not with a final arrest, not with a final sentence, but when the next generation grows up without learning fear first. The regions once shaped by domination did not forget. They remembered differently, not as an open wound, but as a scar. Scars do not bleed, but they remind. They warn. They tell the body where harm once lived. For the world beyond those regions, Los Zetas became a reference point in history. A case study. A symbol. A caution. But for those who lived inside it, it remained something quieter, more personal, more human. It was the sound of a door that was never opened again. It was the face of a neighbor who vanished without explanation. It was the long waiting that never reached certainty. Those memories did not disappear when the empire fell. They stayed. But they no longer controlled the future. The final legacy of Los Zetas is not only destruction. It is also the truth that no system of fear, no matter how absolute it feels, survives forever. Not because it is defeated in battle, but because it eventually collapses under the weight of its own silence. Fear isolates. Fear exhausts. Fear consumes everything it depends on. And when it has nothing left to feed on, even the most ruthless empire fades into memory. The people remain. The children remain. The routines return. Life continues not because the past was conquered, but because the present quietly insists on existing anyway. And that is the ending no cartel can ever control. This is the true end of the story, not the fall of an organization, but the moment fear stops being the loudest voice in the room. And just like that, the noise fades. What once felt unstoppable becomes distant. What once ruled through fear settles into memory. And what once shaped entire regions now lives only in quiet echoes of the past. Tonight's story was not just about power. It was about how power fades, not in explosions, not in chaos, but in silence. That if you made it this far, let your breathing slow, let the tension unwind from the day. And remember, even the darkest chapters eventually turn into history. Thank you for spending this time with me. Thank you for listening from wherever you are in the world. And if you found something meaningful in tonight's story, don't forget to subscribe. That there's a new story waiting for you every night. For now, close your eyes. Let the world grow quiet. This is True Crime Records. Good night.